I can't hear you. Might have to be in the...
How about now?
Oh, there. Good. Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
There you go.
To proceed.
Good
Gonna
morning. Good morning and welcome to this second meeting where we will be discussing the annual budget for the municipality. And so, Madam Clerk, if you'd like to move the agenda.
A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Champagne and Councillor Kelly. The draft agenda presented to council for the special meeting dated the 28th day of March 2024 be hereby adopted as circulated.
Favor? Barry?
I think Laura's gone. Lauren.
You're back. Okay. And so, as noted, Deputy Mayor Reactors is online by Zoom. So we may have some technical issues, but overall it does appear to be working well. So, Let's we turn it over to you for introducing our morning agenda.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mayor Rochford. So today, as the mayor mentioned, we continue our 2024 budget deliberations, and first on this morning is our fire chief, Steph Amiot, to present the fire and emergency services capital budget, followed by the operating budget. We'll also be going through the community emergency management budget.
Mhm.
So, and we've also got our CMC here, Tim Shepherd, who will join our fire chief for that budget presentation.
Excellent.
So come on up to the front table, present your budget. Now, council, I circulated a package this morning, which includes the presentations that are in this morning. And then I believe you have your summaries for capital and operating from Tuesday's meeting. Now, if it's okay with council, why don't we start with the community emergency management budget? And then should Tim wish to not stay for the fire department's capital and operating, then he's free to go if you're okay with that. Okay, so the page that you're looking for in your package at the top, it says from category 290 to 290. It's one page. The bottom of the budget is $6,877 is what you're looking for. And just to mention the council based on our summary, if we look at CMC, the change from last year.
You said 290?
290. It's a one pager.
It's a third page, like,
280 is at the Evans one.
So the change in the CMC budget for this year is a reduction of $970. So that's what we're looking at. So take it away, guys.
Good morning, your worship, members of council, municipal staff. I'm CMC, Tim Shepherd, now presenting our little budget for this area. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. In 2023, the emergency plan was completely revamped. Some pages hadn't been updated since 2010. We had a training session and a tabletop completed. And for the first time since 2019, the municipality was compliant with the mandatory requirements in emergency management area. For 2024, we've already had one meeting and completed, and the plan was gone over completely again. That was Kim and I. And we're going to follow that up with a control group meeting in the near future to finalize changes to the plan to keep it up to date. I will be attending a joint booth at the Municipal Trade Show May 25th with Steph and Techcrete, and hope to have a variety of things to hand out. I want to enhance the public education side of emergency management this year. And I thought it was a great idea to join in on that one. And I anticipate drought conditions, as we all do, and great potential for a lot of fire issues if things continue the way they are. So between fire and emergency management, we might have a more active or reactive session this year. For the budget, there's not a lot of changes. You'll see last year we had we greatly enhanced our emergency response kits. That was almost a joint fire emergency management thing. We needed more radios that were compatible with the fire department. And we want to make sure our kits were totally completely up to date. We have 2 of them. And that's actually gone down this year, that side, and you'll see the public education increase. I submitted a couple of designs that I'd like the township to consider, like the signs for the side of the road. So 2 signs, basic emergency management. You know, people are driving, so you can't have a lot of detail, but it was basically an emergency kit, just a couple of little symbols and stuff like that.
Yep.
Consider maybe 2 of them. I also brought up the fact that in other municipalities, and I anticipate this happening again, Deep River, for example, had a lawn sign basically the size of an election sign that you see all over the place during municipal elections. Same size sign, and it's fire ban, big bold letters, fire ban. And they had them in Deep River all over the place.
It's a good
Every
idea.
intersection, everywhere. The fire department put them out and the fire department picked them up.
Right.
They're reusable. But that you get around, oh, I didn't know, I don't have a radio.
Very good idea.
Put up 40, 50 signs in our municipality during a fire ban. I think that would greatly enhance
Yeah.
public safety. So that's about all I mean.
What, Councillor Champagne?
You brought up subject of fires. You looking at maybe doing something a little earlier than usual because of the way it's dry out there, lack of snow and.
So that's gonna be talked about in our next meeting. It's gonna be. Not sure where you're going with it, but yeah, we're gonna be,
Question, that's all.
As far as information
Yeah.
goes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have some information out earlier than we usually would.
No, because I like the idea about the signs, so.
Yeah.
It's other ways of getting across and fireworks and all that kind of stuff that's gonna happen, right?
Good question, Councillor Champagne. Wait.
I really like, Tim, I really like the public education. Because we've got so many new people moving into the community from all over, from north and south, but mainly city people coming into the community and they're not used to rural rules and regs, and they think, some of them think, well, it's carte blanche, which we all know it isn't, but so that's important. And the signs, people, if it's short and sweet, like you said, they read them. Because there's no time to go through a sign. But that's a declaration. I like it. Thank you. That's good.
just to add on to that and trying to make sure and touch base with Councillor Champagne here is, when we sit down with emergency management. I have some ideas that's going to be bringing across the fire chief, as well as the education part of it, as well as the information part of it for the municipality to touch base on our camps, and because I find it's a lot of our areas is our STRs, rentals, and as well as our camps. So it's things are going to have to be a little more tighter this year and moving forward. So just to expand and clarify any questions with regards to that.
Good.
Thank you. Bon, I think that concludes the presentation.
Done.
Yeah.
You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to stay.
You're doing a good job. Thank you very much for your service, seriously.
Your worship, councillor, employees, thank you. for your
Thank you.
time. I will take my leave. I'll throw a step to the wolves.
Happy Easter.
Wait, let's welcome our fire chief. So on that note, we need to find out the right page.
We're gonna actually flip to this one,
Okay,
capital budget sheet from Tuesday.
Okay.
The other one, Rick? Champagne, yeah. Yeah. And then we're in the third box from the top of the page where it says fire. We're gonna go through those 5 items in capital here. So if you're ready, Steph, go ahead.
All right, Mayor and Council. Thanks for giving me for anybody here today. Sweet. See my phone. So we'll dive right into it. The first item I've got in here is our bunker suits, 5 bunker suits. As part of ongoing plan to keep current with our suits. We can't have suits that are older than 10 years for the members, so we replace 5 suits every year. That's how we're able to keep current with our suits. Small increase this year over last year, 1,000. I think we were just over 11,000 last year, so yeah, been able to take advantage of some discounts. But any questions on the suits before we move on? Do you want to stop or do we
Keep going until a council member has a question and.
But just on that item, that you replace every year, 5 of them, right? So when does that start over again? Like, when did you start the process?
It just
Keeps going every year?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so it's gonna
basically
take,
where we're at now is almost every member has 2 suits. So if we get into something, they've got another suit that they're not without. Because it takes 3 to 4 days to send their suits out to get cleaned and inspected and come back. So they've got spare suits, they've got suits for training. If we get into something wet, rainy night, or if their gear's frozen or something, we've got some backups for that. So we're doing quite well with suits.
okay,
But it's something that's ongoing every year, see 5 suits every year. The next item on there, renovations for the Astor Road Fire Hall. Lighting is gonna be part of a grant. We were able to secure some grant money to get all the lighting upgraded at the Astor Road Fire Hall. We're hoping to add a little bit in there as well, a little bit of lighting. It's quite dark in there. So we'll see how that plays out, but just to replace the lighting in there, the cost is gonna be about $100 or $800 that we have to put in.
Net against the
grant money. So that'll come out of that. No problem. And then a shower and bunker gear room. So the shower is quite dated in there, or the bathroom is quite dated. It has a shower, but I have never ever seen it used. Nobody wants to use it, so. The renovations is going more towards the cancer prevention program that we're trying to implement. So, you know, when you get back to the station, being able to come back and get cleaned up before you go home is the main goal for that. As well as the bunker gear room, having it separated from the apparatus space, so keeping the diesel particulates off of our gear. So it'll be in its own room, well ventilated, air purification system in there to keep everything nice and clean, so that when we're wearing our gear, it's not already contaminated before we go and get it contaminated, so to speak. So all that said and done, we're looking at about 1,000. That's pretty conservative. I think we should be okay with that. I've got some quotes in. They've come in around that to get all of that done, all of the same. Okay.
Just to add on there also, the shower is health and safety mandatory with fire halls, so.
Yeah, I need construction. Dry hydrants, something we put in for last year that didn't get put in. Part of our strategic plan working towards our Tinker Charlotte accreditation is to have some dry hydrants, so. We had decided that we were gonna put 20,000 every year. That was left out last year, so I just doubled it up this year to kind of make up for it.
If I could ask, is that for 2 hydrants and stuff? How many,
What the 40,000 together, put 20,000 towards water source, and we'll do what we can with it, because every
Okay.
hydrant, the costs are gonna be different.
Okay.
So the idea is, in the end, end up with 4 dry hydrants and at least 2, possibly 3 cisterns within the municipality.
Okay. Thank you.
So, do what we can with the money we have, and then we'll see. I mean, you could have 1 dry hydrant cost 5,000, the next one costs 10,000.
Depending on the location.
The length.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
So pardon me, let me understand correctly. I apologize, I didn't quite get that. It was a good question. I didn't quite follow.
$40,000, I asked how many we would get for 40,000, and it depends on the location.
Yes.
Because the piping and so forth, sometimes you only have to go from me to you with the piping, sometimes to Steve, perhaps over to Kim, because of location, how far the truck can get, because it's on a shoulder usually, or on the skirt of a road. It depends on the location.
Okay, so we had identified locations, I understand. Yes. So based on, based on the priority of locations, would you be able to estimate then what the cost would be for that first location that you felt was the most important?
I have cost estimates on the material itself. It's gonna be once we get in there and we start digging down, some of the additional material we'll need, like stone and sand. I'm not really sure how that's gonna play out, as well as the permitting. I've started the permitting process. They've had some issues and some changes over there, so we haven't really gotten too far with that, so I don't know what the cost of permits are gonna be.
So I find this, like it's a substantial amount. To me, it would be good if we were able to define it, and know, in a sense of, a better estimate of, a clearer estimate, if that was possible.
If I may, Mayor Rochford, we came to council last year, based on our committee meeting, we had looked at, it was about $80,000 to do the systems that had to be, the dry hedge that had to be done. So what we said was if we cut it into 2020, or 4 years, we would be done with them.
Right.
So it is an $80,000 estimate we had roughly then on last year's figures. And that's what the fire chief mentioned, is because we did last year, kind of behind a year, so we thought it'd double this year. Whether that's what council wants to do or not, that's, but
So it's,
Sorry, Councillor Champagne.
it's a reserve that basically for the fire hydrants, we keep building it up until.
no, so what the discussion was last year, Council Champagne, was that because we had asked for 20, we said we'll do as much as we can with 20,000. And if we can fully do, just say a dry hydrant, we will. If not, what we might end up doing is buying the materials and then having it installed the year after, but spending 20 being the max.
Okay. That's what we spent.
And we didn't do anything last year, this council time.
So we've prioritized where some of the hydrants has to go. So if you remember last year, it got cut out of the budget. So and exactly what the CEO was saying is we were gonna buy a couple. So we're getting last year's pricing. Now we're getting 2024 pricing. So that's why we double it up. Because of the protection in certain areas we're less protected. So to add on about pricing, it's how it goes is, so you gotta go down and out. So sometimes the head of the ground level is less or higher than the water source. So you're gonna have to play that math. So in respect to your question with asking for pricing, you're gonna have to almost start playing that game. So it's tough to crunch down to a specific dollar, Mayor Rochford, with regards of the hydrant. So it's one of those things where it's like an operation. Once you get in there, you're in there. So it is what it is. So.
We also don't know what's in the ground. You get down 3 feet.
Be wrong.
Find a big boulder there. Yeah, now go over it.
Right.
So every time you get into something that's unexpected, possible.
One of them last year was to do that social boat launch because work was being done there. So that was gonna be one, and we
Right.
thought, well, if we buy the materials, Public Works could
Mhm.
install it. We didn't pursue any of them last year, so.
Thank you for clarifying.
Which needs five.
In reserve. I've done a couple, same thing. So we had to block off the water, set the system in place, and then let the system, the hydrants, and then let the water back in, but you had to put stone and everything else on top of it. It started up to a $30,000 job, and I mean $100,000 job, so you don't know.
Yeah.
But that's why I was asking about a reserve for that item.
That is another way of doing it. Council could say, well, let's not proceed with it, put money aside for it and build it up. But if we're gonna put 20,000 aside this year and 20 next year, well, if we can spend it and get a couple done, it's the same thing, right? But if we got to the point where we put 20,000 aside this year and we found out right away the first one's 40,000, well, then it might be, okay, let's just set the money aside and reserve. Do it next year with another 20 or something. If that's the top.
And just to expand on that, we're not looking at $100,000 project, not to scare anybody. So we're also looking at doing that internal too, the work. So.
Yeah, the work will be done.
Well explained. Good, thank you very much. This is with the answer.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item, paging system upgrades. So currently we're paged out on an analog system that will be obsolete within by the end of this year or next year, is what I'm told. So we're kind of being forced to go to a digital system. So we had two different options. One was either purchase digital pagers for everybody, which is essentially a radio. The cost for those are quite a bit more than a regular pager. Aside from that, every member now has to carry a radio with them as opposed to just a small pager. That didn't really sit very well with a lot of the members. You can see them, they're not as hardy as a pager, they're gonna get busted up, it's not really feasible for us. So talking with Spectrum, we've come up with a solution to be able to change our system from analog to digital and keeping our pagers the way they are. So at a cost of 15,000, that should be plenty to cover what we need to do. That also includes another repeater in the Corbeil area over here to help cover the areas that would be a little bit lost from the upgrade.
I just checking, Deputy Mayor, can you hear us?
It's on mute.
She's on.
She's on the-
Okay, so if you have any questions, you will let us know. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Pardon me, Fire Chief. You proceed.
She's, Mayor.
Oh, she does have a question.
Can you,
That's what I
yeah,
thought.
can you,
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you.
okay. So I did have a question about the paging system because we had a discussion at council. We were discussion about the paging system for the ambulance with the CACC. And it was discussed that, can you hear me?
Wait,
Can you hear me? Okay, so that it was
Yes.
discussed that to buy a paging system would be $15,000. So that's why $3,000 a month would be a deal with that CACC paging system. So I was just wondering if this is a replication. That was my question. Does that make sense?
I know what she's talking about.
yes, okay, so, is it our Fire Chief? Would you like to have the
Yeah, I didn't quite,
referred to, yes, okay.
In all fairness, because he wasn't here for that conversation. So,
See,
Counselor or Deputy Mayor Rudiakers, that's two different things. It's the CACC is for dispatching. And the request here for the 15 is totally a different set of communications for radios and pagers. So it's two different things.
so the cost for the dispatching service?
Yeah. She
Okay.
thought it was kind of blended, but it's two different lines.
Yeah, so the 3,000 is to have a dispatcher there to page us out. But this paging system upgrade is actually the equipment that is used to page us out.
okay, good.
If
That's it.
if I may as well, I believe the deputy mayor had mentioned 3,000 a month, but it's 3,000 a year for CACC services.
Yeah.
Just to clarify that, I believe that's what she had mentioned.
Okay, excellent. Okay, that's a good question and it allows us now to understand the full, the full way for communications to work. Thank you. Okay, we proceed.
Okay, so the last item is a new pumper for the Astro Fire Hall. So currently we have a 2007 pumper over there. It's been a great truck over the years. Not a whole lot of problems with it. However, it is coming up on its 20-year mark. 20 years is about the average of what you want to keep a truck. You don't want to go beyond that. Start getting into not being able to get parts, or parts are a lot more expensive, stuff like that. As part of the tanker shuttle accreditation, you aren't able to have a piece of apparatus that's over 20 years in that service. So if we do get the tanker shuttle accreditation, if we have a truck that's over 20 years, we're unable to use it as part of that shuttle service. So that would eliminate one truck out of there, which would put us in a pretty bad spot for that. Safety advances in the trucks since 2007 have come a long way as well. So when we purchased that truck, the standard was a 2003 edition. We've since come up with two separate editions from that. Now working with a 2016 edition. So some of the safety features that have been included in the new apparatus are rollover stability, braking systems have been upgraded, lighting, seatbelt indicators and pretensioners that weren't in those types of trucks. So there's a lot of safety functions that are incorporated in new apparatus that we don't have in that truck right now. Another reason for a newer truck is a newer design in the truck. So back when we got that truck, when we had a fire, we were moving a lot of water. So water was a key source or a key component of what we needed to fight fires. Not saying that we don't now, but tactics have changed and we're using much less water now than we were in the past. So by changing the design of the truck, lowering the capacity of water in the truck allows us to get more equipment in the truck, which is what we need. Right now, you open the door, compartment door of the truck, everything's in milk crates. You gotta go through the milk crates. You open the door, stuff's come flying out at you. We need to have a better designed truck, so when you open the door, everything's mounted in there and nothing comes out when you open them, right? Also in the design, we're looking at lowering as much of the stuff as we can. So lowering the hose beds, lowering where the ladders are in certain sections. The idea is to not have to climb up on the truck to get any of the equipment off the truck. So the only time we should have to get on the top of the truck would be to reload some large diameter hose. And with that, some of the new designs, instead of using hose tarps, they've got like doors that open that then create a railing on both sides of the truck. So when you're on top of the truck, you're secure on top of the truck. A lot less likely that you're gonna fall off the truck.
I know Councillor Kelly has a question. Do you want to ask it now? It's,
No, do you have more, is there more to it, Steph, or is that?
Yeah, I've got another
Yeah, no, that's fine.
yeah, continue. Yes.
one more here. So the cost of the trucks have increased dramatically. We see that, right? So when we first purchased that truck, it was just over 230,000. Now we're looking for 850. Little higher end truck, little few upgrades, but you know, basically the same type of truck. I've done some research online to see what the resale of a truck like that is now. And I've got a few here listed from a 1998 all the way up to a 2013. And the used prices range from anywhere from 75,000 to 225,000 for a similar type of truck. So, I mean, we're looking at, you know, almost half the cost, the original purchase price of the truck in return, if we were to sell it in the next few years, as opposed to waiting until it's absolutely no good and we can't do anything with it anymore. I mean, we've done that in the past, and we don't get very much out of it, so right now that truck is worth a substantial amount of money as compared to what it would be worth in a few years.
Councillor Kelly?
Oh, yeah, no, I just come up at Phenom. I was at a Phenom meeting about a week and a half ago in Sturgeon. Long story short, a lot of small municipalities are finding the cost prohibitive for the new trucks. And it's to do with the Underwriters Association for insurance. And we petitioned, Phenom has petitioned the provincial government to extend extend not the life of the truck, because quite frankly, there's very little mileage on the trucks comparative to their age. And as what we're saying, Phenom, and I agree, as long as the equipment's viable, the pump is viable, which is the main component, obviously, then you should be a first line truck, not a second or third line truck. So we're waiting to see what the provincial government comes back with, because of the prohibitive cost.
Right.
And everything, all your assessments and, you know, what you mentioned about the railings, I agree with all of them. Just the cost is prohibitive. Most municipalities are taking 2 and 3 years just to take up one truck, putting money aside in reserves. So, anyway, thank you.
Councillor Champagne had his hand, and then Councillor Crabb.
I agree, like you just talked about used truck now. If you look at new stuff that's only 5 or 6 years old, that maybe some other fire departments are trading. Auction.
There's not a lot available out there in the time frame that makes it worth the cost of the truck. I mean, you're looking at a truck that's already 10 years old and they want $450,000 to $500,000. So when you're looking at something like that, and it's not gonna serve the purpose of what we're looking for, as I said, some of the design features that we're looking at have only come out in the last 2-3 years. So when you're looking at some of that kind of stuff, it doesn't really serve the purpose, and even financially, it doesn't make sense to spend, you know, $450,000 to $500,000 for a truck that's already 10 years old.
There's still the option up there for the these fire trucks for 20 years and turning them back and get go.
There is, I looked into it briefly, I talked with the CAO about it. I haven't actually spoke to anybody, just with information I found online. And leasing a fire truck isn't really the same as leasing a vehicle. Essentially, what you're doing is you're still purchasing the truck from the manufacturer. You're just using their terms instead, so
You're financing.
you're financing it through them, and you can still give it back if you wanna do that route. Early numbers, looking at it, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So, but if you're looking at all the options. Yeah.
Councillor Trahan?
Just continue with Councillor Kelly. So right now that is sitting at the Ontario Association of the Fire Chiefs to move forward to the government. Also, spoke with some of the fire chiefs to say, make sure what would be nice also would be to take in consideration, like say our truck. Well, our truck gets pumper, the pump gets tested every year. So take that in consideration, where, you know, as indicated, where mileage and hours of the truck is down. But if the truck's pump's been tested every year and it's passing with flying colors, well, that should be also a weight with regards of the life of that truck also. So that, just to give you that also, and then also with Councillor Champagne, with regards of purchasing, say, used fire trucks, where that is also coming into play is the Ontario Fire Marshal is purchasing those trucks faster than anybody else for fire departments that are under their umbrella that is not a community, right? So the Ontario Fire Marshal's office is buying those trucks pretty much right off the bat. So it makes it tougher for, say, communities like us to jump on that on any of those deals. So just gonna give you guys a little more information.
Thank you. Exactly, how many years does it have?
It's 2007.
Yes, you said it's coming up to 20, so is it at 18?
2007.
Okay, I'm sorry, you did say to
2027.
Okay,
But it takes 2.5 years to get a truck.
get a truck, yeah.
So if we were to get approval this year, for example, by the time we get tenders out and get it back, you won't even really see any cost in this year's budget. And then next year's budget, we could put a deposit on the truck and not have to pay the rest of it until we get the truck here in the third year. So we kind of splitting it up between budget seasons.
So just add on with that is, so you can purchase a cab and chassis first. So at least you've done that. And then year two, then you can have your monies allocated. So it's kind of broken up in 2 to 3 different years to build the truck.
But you have to pay for the truck upfront.
Pay for the cab and chassis of the truck first, and then the rest of the components would fall in afterwards.
So
at least you bought that and you're not gonna get increased on that cab and chassis.
They all do
Okay.
no, some manufacturers allow you to do that and some don't.
Yeah.
So that's all part of the tender process and the costs and all that kind of stuff will have to be looked at. That's fine.
But certainly, myself, personally, I was looking at our financial statements last night, where our debt level is and where we're heading and so, and so I believe that is the purchase that some point we will have to make. That said, I find this advocacy that's underway with mom and maybe as well, we could join the voices of the fire chiefs, if I understand correctly, where we're trying to extend the certification period. I think that would be outstanding because from what I understand, equipment is still valid, although it's not necessarily best best practice and, so certainly I would personally would not be against a new truck or a good quality used truck if we're able to find. I find that we need to start to plan. To do so this year is, you know, I mean, we've not had the discussion, the dollar figure, it's just too much for us right now, but could we put it in the hopper to start to plan? So by 2026, we might be in a position to move forward if we're not successful with the advocacy.
Yes.
In the meantime, we could also be looking for opportunities to borrow, or not to borrow, but to seek grant funding if there are any. I mean, there's going to be a lot of attention on fire issues in the next few years. And so there could be grant opportunities for us in that respect, although so I'm just saying we should continue to prepare ourselves. You've been doing a lot of groundwork, which is outstanding, and you've alerted us now to the cost. What could be the process? We've taken measures. You're taking measures to do advocacy. You're taking measures to do advocacy. That is outstanding. So, and Councillor Champagne, go ahead.
Well, you guys can work that out, the truck lasts a lot longer. I've dealt with new trucks, especially in the last 5 years, everything's electronics.
Quality.
This truck here, the guys can fix it, somebody can fix it, something goes down, usually it's relays, modules, whatever, the truck is down. And then I get a car for 2-3 months, that's you should have a lot of our problem insurance and engine.
Seeing that now.
Pardon me.
We're seeing that now.
So that's what I'm saying, if somehow trucks can last longer, it's a lot better for us, it's a lot better for the fire department because it's not like it's a dump truck, you can find it. Like, no, dump truck is sitting up for 2.5 months waiting for a relay, you can't get it. And the truck can't move.
Yeah.
We can't have that problem.
No, you're absolutely right. And it's like I said, it's happening now. It's out of our hands. Control.
One of the key things here to keep in mind is this truck doesn't serve the purpose that we need it for. It can't hold the equipment that we need to. That's one of the key.
Final question, is there an insurance component to this, like for citizens? If the truck is past its, well, if it's past its certification, you should not be using the truck. Is that?
We can still use it, it's just, it's considered a reserve number at that point,
Okay.
so it changes our insurance rate.
It changes your insurance rating. And how does that, is that substantial, that the impact on insurance?
I can't really speak to what the numbers are on it.
We've been in that position.
Yeah, every time you ask it, well, you know, up to this and that, and
You don't have firm, okay.
yeah.
Councillor Kelly?
Going back, it's back about 12, 14 years ago, I phoned about 5 different insurance companies and asked them what they decided, how they decided on the insurance rates to do with, because of the fire department. They all said exactly the same thing. How far is your house from the nearest fire?
Okay.
I said, well, what about if they're career or volunteers? It doesn't, at that time, it did not matter. All they were interested in was how many kilometers are, is your house away from the fire hall? And I've still got the study at home. I phoned 6 or 7
Okay, so
insurance companies, and that's back. I don't know if it's changed.
Yeah, I don't know if they just have it, because our area is based on the fire underwriter survey, and all the insurance companies have that information already. You're classed in this area based on the information that I give them. The information I have to give them is locations of fire posts, trucks, year of the trucks, what type of trucks they are, if we're volunteer, career, what type of equipment we have, what type of services we provide, all that kind of stuff, so.
And they look at the past history of a municipality.
I know. Anyway, very good presentation, good information. If there's no further comments then on the capital, we can move now to operational.
So if you flip through your pages, you're gonna look for category 200 to 212 is the fire department. It's a few pages, 2 pages from that. Good to go.
So everybody's had an opportunity to use it.
No, we had seen the capital, but not the operational.
Yeah, and what I will do, Mayor Rochford, if I can from the get-go with the fire department. What they did receive, fire chief, was the summary, the overall picture, but not individual budgets by department. So the fire department's up $78,000 this year. which is inclusive of the 970, which was CMC, like the reduction of $970. So it's up 17% for a tax levy increase of 1.18%. So Steph, if you don't mind going through, but go to the items that have kind of bigger increases or discuss them.
Yeah, I'll go through it. I'll hit on any large increases or large decreases, and if there's anything you should have any questions. So looking at the administrative person, so one of the first ones that I have highlighted here, uniform safety clothing, up quite a bit from last year. So there's been some weight loss in the department, so some uniforms that we did have no longer fit. So we order some new uniforms there. So, and they're not just regular, they're a little bit more costly. Moving down computer hardware. So some of the things in computer hardware are upgraded computer system for a recorder and training room. The computer we have right now in the recorder, if we touch it, it freezes, so we can't do much to it. We have to restart it and then start over again, and then it's okay. So I figure it's kind of an important piece of equipment. Because of its location in the station, it'll also double as our training computer, right in the training room there.
The current one being used was a hand-me-down. It wasn't bought brand new as a recording computer. It was one that got passed down, and I don't know how long it's been there, but it's a long time. Yeah.
It's very documented. Also included in that is a couple entry level tablets. We're looking at trying to modernize some of our paperwork and recording systems. Having the ability to have a tablet on scene also needs to be on a resource we can have. And our ability to retrieve information a lot quicker than what finding some paperwork, and when it's windy and rainy, and it just doesn't work well, as we all know that. So coming down dispatching services, that's a new one for this year, $3,000 annually. There's already been discussion of how that plays out there. So. A little bit of increase in training this year. We're still working towards our certification. ASVAB has seemed to be a big hurdle for us. Most of our firefighters got firefighter 1 and 2 already within the last year. Fantastic. Struggling a little bit with hazmat. Every time I talk to them, they want to learn a contract, which costs money. Trying to get out of that. But this is to at least get, this will cover everybody to get at least their awareness, which is an online course. It's $65 per student. So they're all registered to get that done this year as well. Not much for increases to the rest of it.
Is that what you're on?
Protective clothing up, 25-30.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
We're getting there.
Well, we're gonna go there now.
Years of service honorariums, big year this year. Got a lot of members, 25 and 20 years. And,
Yep.
I think even 15 years this year. So
Just mentioned as well, firefighting point systems up 3%. That's been 3% a year. Since our previous spreadsheet, council would report on how to, increase that over time.
One question about that is that enough? Is that enough? I'm just asking because,
I guess the short answer is. But
okay,
I don't think we can afford to pay them what they should receive.
I know the government's seriously considering making a $10,000 tax exemption. So right now it's over $1,000. You get taxed on whatever it is, so.
I think that'll help. I'm not sure where that's at.
And neither am I, but I know it's in,
It didn't say very much.
it's in Toronto, if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, so. Yeah, exactly. No, I was just asking because it's not.
In my opinion,
Yeah.
nobody does it for the money, and as I said, we can't afford to pay them what they should be getting. So looking into other things, other different benefits that maybe we can provide would be have more of an impact as opposed to just throwing money.
Okay,
So now we get into protective clothing. So
Group benefits.
substantial
Group benefits,
benefits.
gym memberships. Are inclusive in there, right?
Oh, right, yes. So group benefits, we did increase. So in the past, we covered 50% of gym membership for the members. We're looking to cover 100% of it this year. So kind of another incentive, and as I said, talking about, you know, throwing money, just another benefit to.
no, payment in kind.
Yeah, exactly.
That was discussed at the fire committee level already before this came to council. You know, we're not gonna get 100% uptake from the members at the gym. We don't believe that, I guess. Anyway, right?
We average probably 2 or 3 members on a yearly basis.
Yeah.
The last 15 years.
Yeah. And currently it's about $155 we cover, which is half of 310.
That's correct.
So we'd be looking to cover $310 per member that joins the gym is what's in here. And there's an estimate basically of where we think it would go.
Just to add on to that, a lot of the emergency services. So this is a real, a big component with regards of, trying to get your, members into a physical activity. It's hit the, health and safety wellness, side of, doing business. As well as the incentive to try and have your members, stay in shape or keep in shape. A lot of the emergency services, police, fire, ambulance has been giving their members 12 hours in their allotted banks for a day off if they pass a physical. So that's been going on for years, and so it was a good extension to offer that to our members here also for an incentive, and it's also came up on their side to the committee also. So that's where all that's coming from.
Fully support it. I do. I mean, yeah, I think we all know the physical and mental stress at any scene. And if you're in shape, the odds are coming out the other end are a lot better.
One thing we should consider in this is the state council is that right now, that 50% discounts extended to all staff members of the municipality. That was years ago. We don't have, you would know best, Councillor Kelly, how much your invoice per year to us in terms of how many members. But if we were to extend that to 100% to the fire department, know that staff are 50% right now. And if you want to leave it like that, that is fine. But if you want to extend it to everyone, that becomes a different decision.
It's an average, while we're talking about it, it's average, probably, it's cost our municipality. I'm gonna say on average between $1,050 a year.
Yes.
So, I mean, if you double that, you're talking $3,000, which is, and if people use it to, it's an advantage for people to get in shape, stay in shape. It's an added bonus, quite frankly. So I'm fully in favor of it, but I'm not in conflict because I'm a volunteer running a fitness center. So it's not like I'm not on a commission basis. Just for anybody out there.
Well, you'll bring that up under your presentation or your,
Under mine, now there's, aside from, there's not a lot of members. So whatever we budget under group benefits, we do have that money to cover.
okay.
The difference would become if we've got 5 members that go now, and then you say, hey, it's 100% covered now. Will that 5 members become 25 or 30? I don't know. And we've got about 24 staff, just say, but the fire department, if they're close to 30, you got 60 people, just say, oh, we're all joining at $300. Start doing the math there. That's all I'm bringing to the attention. I don't think so. Because there's gonna be some people who say, I'll pay your membership, and they're gonna say, I don't work out. Right? We know that. Like, some have memberships at other gyms as well. But that conversation came up at the fire committee that some will say, well, I go to Good Life, I don't go to Astorville. And then the question was, well, do we cover a dollar value per person whether they work out in North Bay or here.
Okay.
And a bit of it was, we didn't want to go that route. If you want to use a local gym, it at least supports a local facility. If you want to go elsewhere, well, that's the decision you've made, right?
Right.
So.
If I may, what we could do, if we extended it this year, we have a computer in the fitness center and in the library that keeps track of how often the door is open and what cards open the door. So if we find there's 20 members and only 10 are using it, then we can say, well, maybe we can scale it back a bit. I think it'd be worth, and I trust people around their honor. I trust that. And I think if people say, no, I do this, I've got a physical job, I don't need it. And I think if people need it, that'd be great. So I'm fully for it.
Well, it's not a family membership, it's just for individual.
It's for the individual.
Right.
Now you have.
That's what I told them.
Now protective clothing.
Protective clothing.
So this is a substantial increase this year, obviously. So in reviewing of our establishing regulating bylaw, it was noted in there that our water rescue services were provided at the operations level, which is not something that we were really made aware of too much. But in investigating into that and seeing what the requirements are, there is some equipment that we don't currently have that we do require to be able to provide that level of service. That equipment equals up to about $12,000. So I put it in the protective clothing. So that's where the substantial increase comes from. Some of the rest of the increases is, just stuff that's coming out of date. We've got a bunch of boots that we need to replace and other gear that, gloves and hoods and stuff like that. But the bulk of it is some water rescue equipment, and the bulk of that is 6 suits that are required because under the Swiftwater operations, we require thermal protection. So there all are alternatives to that. Some of the other suits are a little bit less expensive. However, they're a little more form fitted. So with the suits that we looked at, the Ice Commander suits, it's pretty much one suit fits all. So we get 6 suits and we're done. With the other suit, it's not so much one suit fits all. So now instead of 6 suits, we're going to be looking at 12 or even 14 suits. So that we have the different sizes, because being a volunteer department, you never know who's going to be there. So you have to have the suits available for the people that are going to be there.
Question is this,
Well, go ahead, yes.
if, so is this for someone standing on the shore throwing a line out?
Yes, this is not water entry rescue.
Okay,
So at the operations level, so how it works, if we're at the awareness level, we have to be prepared for the operations. For at the operations, we have to be prepared for the technician, because we are there to provide help to the next level. So although we're not entering the water, we have to be prepared to end up in the water. So if we're on shore and we throw a rope to someone and they pull you in and all you're wearing is your shorts,
Councillor Champagne?
it doesn't work.
Just go back in history and try to remember how it worked out. At one time, we couldn't go near the water because of insurance reason or WSIB reason. I can't exactly remember what it was. I believe it was insurance.
it's training.
And then we could call the OPP or the Mitchell Natural Resource, come in and do the water rescue. Does this follow the same thing or for insurance wise?
Fire chief, you want to answer this?
I haven't dug into enough of it on insurance right now. All I've gone to is what our bylaw states that we say that we're going to do. So we just need to provide the training and the equipment to do what we say we're going to do. The training for this is quite minimal. In comparison to what we've been doing. We've been working on it already. We'll be ready to go within the next few months. So it's not a huge undertaking. The biggest is the cost for the equipment.
I guess I'm going back again. I was always for water rescue, but you got a hand slap for some reason because of insurance issue or insurance saying that you're not qualified to go in the water. But you're not going over the water, you still got enough water.
Right, yeah, there's,
To answer your question, because I've dove deep into this for the last probably 3 or 4 years in the police department side of it, and as well as I dug deep into it, I was on the fire department side of it. To answer that question, it's actually both. You can't, it's the insurance, but also through Ministry of Labor and Training Division. And then also, I don't want to go too deep here with it, but there's those two agencies, and then as well as there's a lot more work that we have to do internally also with regards of just shore base. Compared to, we're not going into water, but just a shore base rescue. So it's long story short, both governing bodies. You can't, you're just not getting increase, Councillor Champagne, just by the insurance part of it. It's actually, there's agencies that you have to satisfy.
Well, sorry, did you reply?
No, I'm saying to you, so.
Okay, in the paper this morning, it just happens that somebody strong decided not to go near the water. Their training is too arduous, too involved, and it's a very, you're right. Your hand, it's a very complex issue. But I think there's an alternative that might be viable. Ocean boats, any ships on the ocean have been using pneumatic line throwers. I mean, to pick up a line and throw it, I don't care how strong you are, you're not going to go past 30, 40 yards throwing it out there. There's pneumatic line throwers that are about $1,500, and they'll throw a line, floating line, 250 yards, which is 800 feet. The meters, sorry, 30 meters, about 800 feet. What about if we tried, just to say when we've had touch wood, we've seldom had to do it. But if we had one of these, and they're propelled by compressor. And if they were utilized, tied off on a truck or on a winch, throw the line out, people could hopefully grab it and we could pull them into shore without going within 10 feet of the water. That would negate the need for the floating suits, I would think. Because for the most part, you're going to be utilizing this in the summertime. All I'm saying is, I think there's options available. And hopefully, I mean, I know when we all started on the fire department, we could either commandeer a boat and we'd all go to the islands, or we do whatever had to be done. Different ballgame now because of liabilities. And then you could be criminally charged if you go past the mandate. So as I say, it's a very complex issue. I'm just saying there might be an option out there for people in close to shore. If they're a mile out,
yeah,
they're in deep trouble because we're not equipped to go and we're not trained to go. Our department.
Wait, can I say something?
I have a question, how does our membership feel about this would be one question.
for this part right now, everybody's 100% on board. Because we're not looking to go onto the water, we're not looking to get into a boat and go out and rescue anybody. It's also shore-based rescue. We have a creek that runs right under Drew Road, right by a roadway. If a vehicle goes in there, we need to be able to go in the water to do something. So we gotta take that into account as well, right? Like, we're not just looking at throwing a rope from shore up there to the lake. We have other waterways that aren't that big, and Grew Road being swift water, especially in the spring and in the fall, it moves along pretty good. So we have to be prepared to.
Why in that instance would we be allowed to go into the water? What is the difference with the river or one, like a lake?
Was that sorry?
Why would you mentioned that if there was a car that went off bridge into the creek, we would have to go into the water to do the rescue. Why would we go into the water there?
To rescue the person out of the.
If we're not allowed to do water rescue, why would we do that?
That's kind of
What's the difference?
because we do
You're off.
vehicle rescue.
Yeah.
And that's a vehicle rescue, but it's a vehicle that's now in the water.
Yeah.
So I remember talking with Councillor Trahan about this as well. They went through the same thing with the police department.
Mhm.
It seems like it's like a gray zone, that one there.
It kind of is. And I mean,
But fire department wouldn't jump in.
well, and that's exactly, so the members we have, there's not one of them that's gonna stand on shore and not do anything. So why would we not equip and train them to do it as safe as possible,
Mhm.
right?
Well, it just to me, there seems to be, it's an issue that we need to be consistent with, obviously, if there's, you can't have one rule for this and then another for that. I mean, so I think the need for consistency would be required, but that said, it's an interesting question. We, Councillor Kelly.
The former chief and myself went down to Seguin Township. And they've been using their lakes and so forth and doing rescues in water for the last 15, 20 years. I think it might be an idea if you have time, if you take one or two of your senior officers, maybe go down and see what their operation's like and what they have to do as far as training goes, and come back and make a report. That might be an idea, because why reinvent the wheel? They've been doing it for a number of years. They have boats and because they wanted to sell us an airboat at the time. They had two of them.
Yeah.
Couple quick questions. I believe in the past we had suits that expired. Is that correct?
Yeah, they were ancient.
So
They're in the Smithsonian now.
where I wanted to get at with that is then, to me, history from the past was we were doing this sort of thing. The equipment expired and was not replaced, and today we're faced with, like, they were replacing it. Now, a second, how long do the suits last? What's the life of a suit, so council's aware?
I haven't come across anything where it says it actually expires specifically for those suits. Most of our rescue equipment expires within 10 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like airbags.
Yeah.
You have airbags, can you test them? No. Do they expire? No, but there becomes a point where,
I just want council to be aware that what's the investment in this? Is it a one-time for the next 10 years, or is it a, hey, every 4 years we gotta replace it, maybe 5? So they're aware, right?
well, and I mean, honestly, the hope is that we.
And if we're looking at the suits, perhaps look at pneumatic line throwers, because they throw, I couldn't believe how far they go. But they use them for ship to ship or ship to shore. Especially like, your beaches boating and so forth.
Yeah.
Moving people from one ship to another. That's how they get. But they can't come close together, obviously, in the ocean. So just a thought.
I looked at that, I thought it was something totally different. Thinking more was about. The last Roland mentioned that, so talking to people in the fire department and some councilors issue for having buying suits for it was all the vehicles. That's what does happen. We equipped all those batteries, the potential hazard, are we prepared for that?
Yeah, I mean,
That's
there's still a lot of stuff coming out. Ultimately, it comes down to a lot of water. There's some blankets and cribs and stuff that you can purchase. I mean, they're quite expensive. It's a one-time use kind of thing. I'm kind of waiting to see if they're gonna stick with one direction or not. Right now, it's just copious amounts of water and just keep it going. You can use the same amount of water on a vehicle fire as you would a structure. Now, what do we do about water runoff and all this kind of stuff? Well, we're still over it.
Yeah, because the one of the questions that they come up to talk about, we're talking about the one-time use, they're saying, yeah, the insurance company pays for that one-time use. Because usually the insurance in the vehicle, the accident, you recoup your cost. But they were asking me what our fire department said, I don't know if they have or not, that's so kind of, maybe that's what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for another day, but I mean, there's so many electric vehicles coming from this.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, we're well aware of it. We've done a lot of training on it, gotten some support teams, get as much information as we can. And it all seems to be the same thing. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. Just keep them.
A final question from my end, just when we passed our bylaw for fire services, we selected, I guess, what you named the categories called awareness, where we're allowed to do, were there other, we could have picked to do the option to do rescue in the water. Was there another option where we don't even go near the water?
Yes.
Was that a change for us in categories when we are, I mean, that's not a fair question. Yeah, okay, it's okay.
I'm not sure.
Yes.
As the CEO said, it's something that we've done in the past and then.
It must have been there because if we had bought purchased equipment for that.
Yeah. And then it kind of went away for a little bit.
Okay, all right, thank you. Wait,
On that note, I was the chair of the Fire Island Committee.
yes, I remember.
Years ago. And it turned out, because when we first started the fire department, Councilor Trahan and I and Steph as well, we used to go to the islands. And that was the end of that. And now we, at the time we advertised, we said, if you're on the islands, we'll come out, we'll advise you, but we're not going to respond to an island over a medical. And which is, but that's what you understand that when you buy on an island. So, and there's a number of islands in East Ferris.
But for me, I don't think I quite understood when we drafted our bylaw with the categories for fire services, that if you, like, I'm not sure to what extent does it serve to stand on the shoreline if you can't do more than that? You know, I mean, versus doing nothing or going in, to me, it's almost the same as doing nothing. But now, because of our bylaw where we do have that category selected, we do have to do certain things now to meet that, which is what you're saying, and rightly so. However, to what degree does it serve us to?
It gives us more options. We can go and we can do something, because typically when something's gonna happen, it's not far off the shore.
Well, I mean, I like that. I thought that's a good recommendation too, to have proper tools that would allow us to reach people with the line, I think, yeah. Anyway.
There was an occasion, I mean, over by where the medical building is, the rocky shore. That was one case where we had people down at right adjacent to the water, and someone had flipped a canoe probably 30, 40 yards offshore. And they were floundering a bit, threw them a line, and one or two people were in the water at the time, and we got the person out. But then they needed assistance to get up, because it's a fairly steep area, you know what I mean? So that's the one occasion I can recall that we needed, but there again, a propellant that would get a line out there would make it a heck of a lot safer. And they would be within 800 feet within range. So it'd make a difference.
Maybe just to throw some clarity here, because I've been trying to hold my tongue here a bit. So it all depends. You got shoreline base, you got entry, you got rescue. So as further you go into the water, the more liability, the more training, the more equipment, the more it just goes astronomical. So maybe we can have that discussion a little further in depth later on, just to kind of give you a little bit of insight with the more you go in, the risk and cost go up, Mayor. So
Correct.
We can talk about that.
I mean, currently, under our current bylaw, this is what is.
Our current bylaw states that we're just shoreline base, and we're not water entry.
No, correct.
You go into the water, and then you get into temperature of water, you get into currents. That's a whole different, another, and liabilities too, so.
So do we need equipment, to protective equipment, if we are simply shoreline based?
Because we're at the operations level, we can still be shore based, which typically is the operations level.
Right?
This is the equipment that we would require.
That's the equipment. Oh, all right, thank you. Do carry on, sorry. I hope you're okay. It's a good discussion. I mean, I hope, yeah, I really, yeah, it's a big, yeah.
Great questions. That's a really good one tonight. So.
That's good question.
We used to have the same ones when this is going back on 15, 16 years ago. We had the same arguments, same everything when Bob Workman was here.
Yeah.
It's hard to be in the middle. You need to be here or here.
So that's like the suits that we had way back in the day, there were floating suits. Those suits were primarily for use them in the winter time for pumper operations for portable pumps. Those, just to also give you clarity, those suits, if they're not, they have to be, examined, monthly. And there's a 10-year, shelf on them. If they're ripped or torn in, out of service. Just, I know that question came up, so just. Yes, yeah. Okay, sorry.
No, that's fine. I was expecting that.
But the dinghy, in all fairness, that dinghy and the motor too, that was purchased in Simul, I'll say, with regards of the mutual aid, because we were also housing all the hazardous waste stuff and everything. So the dinghies were like, I know I used the dinghy at one time when there was to assist Chisholm in a dump truck that went off the bridge, and there was hydraulic and fuel that was into the river and the Depot River and had to go out there and contain it. So there was a bit of a little history there. I just, anyway, not to go too deep, but just.
We used to pump water with the portable pumps and we had to wear a life jacket.
It would be good in our bylaw to bring up to clarify the need for water rescue in an accident situation with the vehicle. Like, to me, that, as I said, there should be consistency, but anyway, that's a discussion for another.
Yeah.
Essentially,
Okay.
we say we're gonna do that.
Yes, correct, exactly.
One thing as well, council, is we had discussed years ago that the stop regulating bylaw should be reviewed every term of council,
Yes, good point.
right? So the last time I reviewed it was in the last term of council was 2020. We did an amendment in 2023 just for the name change to East Ferris Fire and Emergency Services. But we're halfway through a term and it's probably around the time that we should
Okay.
review with council, but I would suggest that the committee looks at it first
Mhm,
and then comes forward to council with some recommendations, and then it opens up discussion around the table. So,
mhm.
Good.
So moving on, memberships is actually where the.
Yes.
Gym membership.
That's correct.
Was put in, not under the group benefits. So,
Yeah.
But the number one didn't really work there.
Group benefits, just to let you know, we've got a VFIS, it's a program for the firefighters. It's like an insurance and it goes up like insurance does pretty liberally, like, so that's what the group benefits line is in there. And Steph is correct, that the memberships were put, gym memberships were put under memberships.
We did add something back.
And which line stuff?
Group benefits.
We had talked about gas cards too, right?
Yeah, you're right, but
That's where it is, Steph.
yeah,
That's where it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I knew there was something added to that, and
Yeah.
now that we know the memberships are there, there is a difference, so. Bring it up.
That was another thing that we had added as far as benefits to the members is giving them a $50 gas card twice a year. So
Yeah.
that's where I did that under.
Yeah, at the committee level, we spoke about this, the fact that members use their own vehicles to, you know, attend calls, drive to our facilities to get into trucks and that, or on scene. They're not compensated for that, like everything flows through the point system, that's what you get, right? Or years of service honorarium. So the thoughts were, as an additional bonus, was to give them each a gas card every 6 months, basically $50, $100 a year per member.
That was a 3,500, yes?
No, that's the benefit, that's the memberships, Council Champagne is a gym membership. Under group benefits, it went from $10,000 budget to a 12.
Yeah.
Or 12,700, and that's where the gas cards were put in. That's more of a covering for gas usage for attending calls.
and we know that April 1st, we could, and moving forward this summer, we could probably see gas at $2 a liter, so. It's just to help out our members, so.
Fire prevention.
Okay, well, I have one more that was listed here that was big increase in testing.
Yes.
So we've got to do hydrostatic testing in all our bottles this year. So that's
Suspended.
yeah, that's every 5 years.
Mandatory.
So fire prevention, we have a new fire prevention officer, so Obviously, there's a large increase in salary, computer.
There's about $36,000 cost for the fire purchase officer and additional expenses required, like a computer for that person. The actual computer purchase was split 50-50, half of it sitting in the bylaw enforcement line, you'll see later on today. And the other half underneath this budget. So we're doing 50-50 across the board for that position.
So,
Corville Fire Hall next.
the Corville Fire Hall building maintenance, there's a lot of stuff in there that's just regular maintenance type material, so we've got the generator maintenance, incorporated in that. It used to be for emergency management, but that was changed over last year. There's also the water that's been coming through our budget. We'll split that up this year amongst the rest of the budgets.
For building maintenance, what's out of the norm from a regular year? I think it's kind of what we just got to touch on. Is there anything that's not a normal expense from last year, just say?
Okay. Yeah, so I added a little bit in there, for some renovations to get our bunker gear out of the apparatus bay. Same kind of idea as what we're doing in Astro, but we have the rooms over there. So just, you know, a little bit of material there, some books and whatnot to get the equipment out of there. Aside from that, it's pretty much all just regular stuff, the alarm system, the pest control, fire extinguisher inspections. I haven't really try not to put too much money into the building. It's supposed to be temporary, so.
Good. So Fire Hall.
The Astro Fire Hall, there's a little bit extra put in there, just to clean up the mess in the backyard from when we got the well installed last year. There was a bunch of rocks back there, so kind of excavate that, get all the rocks out of there, put some topsoil and some grass seed back there to kind of pretty it up a little bit. It's it gets quite muddy back there when the rain comes. That's pretty much it for that. The rest is just standard stuff, extinguishers, pest control, alarm system.
One of the, as we compare the cost of the Corbeil Fire Hall to the Astorville Fire Hall, so basically we're looking at 30,000 versus 13,000.
Yeah.
A question I have, and when we moved here, we declared that building obsolete. Because that was the business case for wanting to build a new municipal office. So, and now my personal concern is that we are continuing to maintain that building and use it not only just as for housing or equipment, but also for an office perspective. And I continue to wonder what savings that there would be if you were relocated here and if we had some of our training here instead of at the fire hall.
I don't think there'd be a lot of savings, honestly. We still have to keep the building.
Correct.
We still have to maintain it. Maybe the janitorial services. There'd be some savings there.
That's a big difference between the Corville Astorville. There's no janitorial service at Astorville, but there is a Corville because there was a service when we existed there.
So do we need to continue
Well,
that
the
service?
question is if we discontinue doing it and there's, like right now, the Astorville Hall, I'm guessing that the members keep it tidy.
Yeah.
It would be required then on this end, kind of similar, right? That, because someone got to clean.
Yeah.
Volunteers.
I mean, that's entirely up to you. I'm not opposed to it. The plan is to eventually have a new fire hall. If we get into that,
Yeah.
But
Carry on.
when we designed, I apologize, when we designed this particular office, we did build an office for a fire chief, for staff for the fire department here. We did also design these facilities with a kitchen to allow for training for the fire department as well, so that the activities would be here. So we spent taxpayers' money to facilitate that to occur, and it hasn't yet occurred. And so I continue to wonder from a cost perspective, what is the impact on us?
Speak to it, Mayor Ross.
When?
Decision was mine at the start because we did our strat plan when we started the new term of council and we were moving in here in 2023. Our top priority was the fire hall. So at that time, the discussion became, will we have offices to accommodate the fire officers and the fire chief and that? If it's not, then the decision would have been, they're gonna be relocated here, right? So there's been discussion between myself and the fire chief that that may still happen, but the question I guess became for council is how much priority is the fire hall? Because if the fire hall is 5 years down the road, or if it's 1 year down the road, I would hate to say we're gonna be in a fire hall next year and then the staff are gonna be there and I'm gonna move staff here and then relocate them to a fire hall, right? But if the fire hall, I feel, was pushed off because we had a fire at the Public Works garage. We had to build a facility, we had to borrow 1.4 million there.
Mhm.
So that kind of, I think, made the fire hall a little lesser of a priority. I still don't know the answer to when we will jump onto a fire hall. I'm not sure we really know that answer. But that's what's kind of happened.
Yes,
We've been in this building a little over a year now.
Mhm.
So we've been kind of on hold. But the fire chief's aware that we'll likely be doing that, right? I thought that maybe there'd be an opportunity this year to get into a discussion about a fire hall.
Mhm. But it's an important discussion to certainly
Yeah.
have, because it is part of our priorities. And so at this point, we've become more dependent on grant funding, potentially for that to occur, just because of, as you described, I mean,
Yeah.
the fire at the municipal garage was not something we had
No,
anticipated. And so here we are.
yeah.
So it is a discussion for this year to have, but certainly to me, there are costs in that, in the Corbeil Fire Hall that would be reduced if we did not operate it as an office. And so if we operated from here and did our training from here. So on that note, pardon me, Councillor Kelly. Yeah.
I just think that we're missing one factor here with the chief and Berta working out of the hall. They're right adjacent to the equipment. So the real problem on any volunteer group is during working hours. And this way, the response is automatic from the chief and his assistant. They're both qualified firefighters.
Yes.
And they respond, and the majority of our calls are medical. They can respond immediately with equipment just outside the door.
Yeah.
If they worked out of here, not necessarily.
I don't disagree at all, except that when we did design this building, we did have those discussions and we did prepare and have rooms and facilities in keeping that thought in mind. So that would have been the time for us, because publicly, these are the things we said when we said we're going to do these steps. But I don't at all dispute, and I don't at all dispute at all. And the day we do examine a new fire hall, that would be part of our vision and exploring, except in the current context, this particular building is one that we
Yeah.
want to.
If I may, and out of all full respect, Matt, and I know there's been a discussion with myself and the fire chief, but I don't buy that. That's an excuse. That's what my feeling is an excuse that you can just jump right into a vehicle because at 2 o'clock in the morning when the medical call comes, they gotta drive to a fire station, grab a truck and go. That's just got coverage of a 7-hour day or 8-hour day period to say that, right? So I can't eat that and I won't.
Right, that's a good point.
Think about
Well, I disagree simply because for less than $100 a week, you're getting immediate response from 2 qualified people that respond during the
Yeah.
daytime for 8 hours.
it.
So
Yeah. It'd be nice to know when the calls come in at what time and what's backing that up,
sure.
right?
The other thing is, I think when we look at a new hall, which is down the road, I really like the hall that is in Powassan with the offices on site and equipment there readily available.
We do agree.
And drive through.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying today, if the call doesn't happen, I can't hinge on that. That to me is like an excuse. that we can just jump into a vehicle because at 2 a.m. you can't do it anyway.
And we had gone to see that hall and we all agreed, I think we all went, we all agreed that it was a good. Anyway, so for me in that environment, this is. This fine, that in there, there's costs.
If we weren't there, there would be a lot of cost savings, as we said, maybe the janitorial services, and if we want to take those out.
Some of the building
I
maintenance.
mean, there's only two offices we can maintain. It's not a big deal. We want to stay over there. It's convenient more than anything else. I can tell you, we won't come here to train. There's many nights where we'll spend 30 minutes in the training room and then we go outside and do something. So to have everybody come over here to spend that 30 minutes, then go back over there,
No,
it's extremely inconvenient. It's not gonna happen. We'll be back on the apparatus bay floor doing the things the way we used to.
I think you do an incredible job with limited facilities and equipment, quite frankly.
no dispute there, for sure.
It's extremely nice to have everything in the same spot and have access to it all day long.
It'd also be a nightmare having a training session here. You got 2 fire trucks in the parking lot. Where do you park everybody?
And the training sessions were meant for different situations. It's when there was a classroom situation where that is what had been the discussion. Obviously, there's obviously going to be exercises that are outside with equipment, except that at the time we had had different discussions where at times, like for a couple of hours, where it was for those types of
And we
situations.
use the facility and it's been fantastic, especially when we have larger training sessions, we invite other departments or whatever. And it's great to have the facility to do that. We don't have the space over there, so this is
Mhm.
great.
There are advantages as well from a team perspective, working together as a staff, and from being apart. And so, I mean, that had certainly been the discussion at the time, that there was advantages to being together. And anyway, that said, we're focusing now on the budget and why we're continuing to operate that facility from an office perspective. But it's a good conversation to have, but anyway, do continue.
I think we're getting near to the end there. Vehicles, I don't think there's a full lot increase in vehicle side insurance premiums.
Insurance is driving that by $10,000. You can see the budget last year, this year, and the difference in budget is about 8. All the fire department vehicles doubled in price and insurance last year.
Just automatically.
Yeah, so if you can see, we budgeted just say about 15,000 last year. The prior year before that was 12,600 and it came in at $22,000.
Nobody's stealing them.
So
Oh.
we do understand, like we had a claim last year, but the claim happened after the fact of the renewal. Everybody had nothing to do with that. So now I'm wondering where we're going this year's renewal, which is July 1st, because we don't have it yet. But they were double for the fire vehicles last year.
Maybe with the new truck insurance premium.
Probably not. They're gonna say it's worth more, so we gotta insure it for more.
That's your best sell. Best sell.
It was a nice try though.
I feel like sending a blank checks to BrokerLink to say, write it for what you want this year, like.
That was an excellent presentation and you're very well prepared and you make great comments. And so it brings us to our break. We have 5 minutes for a quick break. And thank you very much, Fire Chief. I know, that's why I said 5 minutes.
Get building.
10:30.
Whatever, if you want to,
5 minutes.
sure.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Shorter break and then we'll get into bylaw or.
Okay.
They got 15 minutes, but they only need 5, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you,
I didn't know you did that.
at OGRE, who was that OGRE? We did that, the questions for the status of, the tax exemption, $10,000 for tax. We should have a question prepared for the microphone for that, that day. That's a good question to ask at the microphone during the question.
Well, it always got me. I mean, you know, you're volunteering. You might get a check for, say, $1,400. 1,000 exempted and you pay income tax on the other $400. I mean, basically all these days, the guys would be lucky to have their gas covered if they respond on a regular basis.
So I think it's a good, and also the issue of the certification of fire truck. That would also be a good question. I understand the tax exemption's more a federal issue, but you know, they work together. But I think they're good questions to ask in a public setting. And if we could have them,
Sure.
two members at the microphones could ask.
I'm not sure if the tax exemption is federal or provincial. I'm not sure. So we could check out.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. I know when Steve and I were on, we were paying over $1,000. You paid income tax. So,
It's very good that Phenom is taking up the advocacy on the issue of certification.
well, everybody's like small municipalities. It's almost $1 million truck. By the time you outfit it, you're close to, you're into $1 million. It's not, nothing's cheap. And it's unaffordable.
It's pretty specialized equipment.
It is. You put fire in front of the name of the truck,
Yeah.
add $300,000 or $400,000. It's real simple. The one we're replacing was less than 300,000. Now they want 850 for basically the same truck. The same capability.
But on that note, now we're on to building services. And so thank you very much for everyone for taking a short break. We welcome both of you and we turn it over to you for our presentation.
For council, you'll look for the page. It's a one-pager, double-sided. It's from category 270 to 272. And just as an overall summary for the building department, their budget's down 11,500 this year, and it assists the tax levy, reduce the tax levy by 0.1. Most of that you'll see is payroll related as Paul retires this year and Creek takes over as CBO. That's where the biggest change is in this budget. So take it away, guys.
Thank you. Good morning, council. There. One of the other big changes you're gonna see in training is, Technic's undertaken a ton of training last year. And we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. It doesn't have a whole lot more. On the other side of that, though, we were expecting a new building code in March. Well, here we are. That's great. Yeah. So there might be a little bit of training related to that. Apparently, there's gonna be a lot of changes. The code we're using now is from 2012. Needs to be updated a lot. I'm trying to line it with the National Building Code of Canada. We talked about, I think it was 2,400 changes, 2,400 changes. So it's huge.
Are you taking those courses also?
So I don't know if there's gonna be, I don't know what the training's gonna be. Honestly, I expect the last time we had a code change, the minister just gave us slide decks to look at. Yeah, another minor thing is, we're gonna get some software that's building code related. You can access it from your phone. When you buy building code, there are updates that happen. And the ministry is not so great at sending them to you or getting it to you. But this privately owned app is really great. It's really up to date. It's easy to find things in it. And it's only $14 a month. It's not too slow. I mean, no, it's no right. The building code by yourself is about $100. So we don't need it fast.
No, that's for sure.
That's about all I have.
Yeah, you might want to speak to the revenues, just if you look at the top section. We budgeted 134,000 in revenues last year. We didn't quite make it. We were short 10,000. That's on me. I went to Paul last year and said, I think we can increase your revenues. And Paul was right and I was wrong. This year, we're budgeting for permit fees, 115,000. We dropped it 5 over last year. It's still more than the actuals, but the year seems to be busier. Paul and I, Paul gave us figures yesterday that we've got more permits at the end of March, the same number of permits at the end of March that we did at the end of April last year.
Okay, 1 month.
So we're a month early. These
We
are,
did tweak the permit fees.
the permit fees were changed in the fees and charges bylaw and they were increased. So based on activity and based on that, that's kind of where we feel comfortable this year with it. In the end, there's still a reduction to his budget of 11,500, right? Overall, so. Yeah, 2022 was a busy year, 160,000 of permits. It's an amount, right? We didn't expect that at all. If you look prior to that, it was 116. So I think, we've got a good figure there.
Do you know by how many permits that represents, but where you're at the end of March?
Right.
20.
Yeah. How many new homes? Do you know off the top?
Yeah.
I would say 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So far. One of the local contractors who does a lot of new homes told us they expect to bring 15 to 25 this year. These Ferris loans.
Just that one. Yeah. Have you received complaints or comments from people who are building, who are saying that our fees are expensive? No. Okay.
Little more, yeah.
We should have a couple and a few, and we said it again.
People, okay.
I didn't think there would be any because it's still lower. Competitive.
Yes.
And then we should say, take Creek, that we continue to hear how you are excel in all of your tests that has flowed through from Paul to Jason. So congratulations for that. And anyway, it's a very busy department. When you compare it to other communities, the level of activity, the output from your department is extraordinary.
If I may add to that as well, Mayor Rochford, Tech Creek's at the point now, he's got enough of the tests done that should it have to happen now, he could become CBO, qualified and able to take it on.
Except for large buildings, which we don't get a lot of anyway. But if it's qualification, it's illegal. That's all it's got.
That's a good plan.
That's very.
Mhm. Okay. Any further questions? No? Okay.
Thanks,
Good.
guys.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so we have the break, so bylaw, right?
We're right on schedule now.
Yeah. So bylaw, you'll find the page, it's a one pager as well, it's category 240 to 240. This one for council's information as well, it adds about 0.6% of the tax levy. There was nothing budgeted last year for bylaw, so it's an increase of $39,826. The costs, like I had mentioned earlier, are split 50-50 between fire prevention and bylaw for our new position. And Greg, there's not going to be much of a presentation.
Yeah, no, there's really not. So I mean, Jason kind of said it all for about enforcement. It very closely mirrors what the fire chief presented for the fire prevention officer position. So salaries are split. A lot of the additional expenses, like your hardware, very much about that split. And other than that, it's fairly standard operating costs, and I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary. I guess the one that I would point out is the $2,500 for courses. This is for municipal law enforcement officers, some introductory courses and qualifications that are needed as baseline.
What's $500 for the uniform?
Like half of what we require for is he wears the fire prevention uniform most days, and then allowance for boots for that thing.
Yeah, there's been a discussion about getting a uniform that's got fire prevention and by law enforcement on it. Having fire emergency services logo as well as the municipal logo on it. But we felt, from day one, the question was, am I wearing plain clothes like everybody else is? And I said, well, no. When you show up at someone's home, it's enough. Well, it's enough you're showing up in your own personal vehicle and you're gonna have plain clothes and they're gonna say, who the heck are you? So at least have a uniform with a name tag similar to what we have and be able to show up and, at least make it feel enforcement, right? There'll be a discussion later on this afternoon with my budget regarding a vehicle that can be shared amongst departments here at the municipal office, but that's the discussion there is whether
to remain just wearing a fire prevention uniform and have nothing about bylaw on it, or get a new uniform and split. So that's why there's some money budgeted there.
Wait, Councilor
We've
John.
never had a bylaw enforcement officer here.
Right.
It's maybe worth it to put on our website showing where we have a bylaw enforcement officer and let them know that the municipality had to lose somebody.
So it's on our website.
There's pictures and here he is.
Good idea.
Yeah, there's no, yeah, sorry.
Last time we was scared of, don't worry, we're going to bylaw enforcement officer anyway. Now, yeah, be front and center.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good point.
There's no picture as of now, but there is the information's on the website. It's been added.
Mhm.
We, just as an FYI, whenever we had Brad Stewart that was shared from Chisholm with us, it was the same discussion we had there. The discussion was, if he's working on East Ferris, do you peel off the Velcro patch, and put it in East Ferris, or do you get a jacket that's got everyone, some bylaw enforcement? Because you want them to understand when they show up at your home, like if you're a resident, who you're dealing with, right? So.
Any comments on with respect to whether or not it should be a dual uniform that carries both crests, like an bylaw enforcement or fire? It doesn't matter. It's all your call, is what I think we're saying.
Yeah.
Or your call together. Yeah.
If I may add one piece as well, and I was gonna put in the weekly report that we're talking bylaw. We're been gearing up, going down the bylaw enforcement side, taking one bylaw at a time and starting to look at it and start enforcing. So if there's any big concerns in the community, if you don't mind sending me an email saying here's maybe some things to focus on in terms of bylaw enforcement in the community, and then we'll filter them through Greg and Mike to deal with it. But just so that you're aware right now, one of the ones being tackled is our sign bylaw. All the little signs that are nailed to every post in town
Oh,
is
good.
being reviewed right now.
Yes.
Letters are going out as well, and there's gonna be enforcement on those sides of things,
Okay.
starting from an educational perspective first.
Away,
But that was one of them that's being looked at.
away. Good, yes. Okay.
Yeah, we're looking to be a little more proactive, listen to the bylaws that we haven't necessarily proactively enforced in the past. So I have provided Mike with a preliminary list of bylaws to look at for updating to current like best wording, as well as adding POA fines to bylaws that don't have them, and as well as proactively enforcing a few such as the sign bylaw and also our short-term rental bylaw. We do know that there's still short-term rentals legally operating, so we're looking for some proactive enforcement on that as well.
Did we not start a fireworks shoot?
And there's POA fines attached to it. Also, Councillor Trahan had provided a list, I believe it was last year, of some bylaws that we either need to add POA fines to or develop. So like one of them was a parking bylaw that Councillor Trahan came up with. So the list has been provided to Mike through Greg to look at. And I know he's reviewed the noise bylaw now. That's one that doesn't have POA fines to it. So we're looking to come forward to council some this year with a new noise bylaw that's got POA fines attached to it. So I think at this point, Mike's kind of looking at whatever Greg's given him in terms of the list, like a little quick overview, and then trying to pick and go with a direction, I guess, is a goal for this year. So.
Yeah, I think it does a really quick down. Budget.
Yeah. We've got the.
Property standards was one, that's a strategic plan item for 2024, so that's with Mike. The department bylaw that I think that's Jan brought up was also one of them, so you look at developing a department bylaw, updating the noise bylaw, updating fines, POA fines for the septic pump out bylaw, this is another one, enforcing short-term rental. And I believe that covers the initial list. We're just looking at a short to medium term work plan to get like going on.
Some of the bylaws, we already have POA fines attached to it, where the clean yards bylaw, which was new last year, that's got the fines, the short-term rental bylaws have some fines attached to it. Daytime burning, the burning bylaws got fines attached to it. So all of those, they're already ready to enforce and issue tickets. Now, Mike's received his, like he's been issued a number from the municipality in terms of his officer number. Books have been received from POA office in North Bay. So he's ready to go and enforce bylaws, like we're at that point. And then at a previous meeting, council had appointed him as a municipal law enforcement officer. So ready to go, basically.
Good. That's good. So we're going to be busy as well, because from what I gather, these bylaws are going to come back to us with the need for adjustments, improvements, additions, you may.
Yes.
All right,
Okay, so
that's the plan.
yes, if there are any other questions about enforcement, yeah, I'll have you take them, but okay. So moving right on, next one is planning department.
Yeah, and if you look for your sheets, it's category 800 to 820.
covers planning and economic development. Just a bit of the summary for that one there. If we look at planning. So planning and economic development, planning is up in the budget, $9,278. And it affects the tax levy by 0.14%. Economic development is up about $4,568. And it affects the tax levy by 0.07%. So combined, they're a little over 2%.
So getting right into it, I budgeted the same amount for short-term rental licensing fees. So far, we've only issued 2 licenses, and this is part of what's spurred our desire to broadly enforce the bylaw because we know that there are more than 2 operating, so I'm expecting those numbers to bump up as the year goes. And I make people aware that there is this requirement for a license, so I think we'll hit those consistent numbers, if not more this year.
For anyone listening on YouTube as well, we're well aware of the advertisements that are on Vrbo and Airbnb. And there's a fine for advertising without a license. And there's a lot more than the 2 licenses that have been issued. So
It's a good plug.
there's the plug.
If I think in that respect, if you're looking at enforcing the short-term rental bylaw, which we are, then I think we should advertise that it's anonymous phone call, reporting anybody that's doing it, because right now people are concerned that their neighbors and are going to be there's some blowback towards them and so forth.
Yeah.
Because everybody knows where they are. And they're concerned about reporting because of the personal liabilities that they're facing from the neighbors, so.
In a way, Councillor Keller, we don't even need them to call in, go sit on Airbnb right now and pick the month of July.
There you go.
They all pop up where you want to rent.
Okay.
So what I've suggested is our bylaw officer call and rent those units. And then show up with a fine if that's gonna be the case.
That's
the case.
Right,
Yeah.
so I think the public's gotta take this seriously. There's a short-term rental bylaw for a reason. But you can see West Nipissing right now is developing one that's.
It's a problem.
Seems
all
to be
the frontier.
contentious.
I've got friends
Yeah.
in Echo Bay, they're having problems up there.
Yeah, we've had our,
People buying on spec, so they can rent them out.
Yeah.
Let's face it, now they're getting somewhere around $2,000 a week for a property, so.
Yeah.
It's lucrative.
yeah, for us, we've had a bylaw for a couple of years now, and now is the time we've got a bylaw enforcement officer, so
Good.
go ahead and advertise.
Mhm.
So, because we can bring in additional funds in the coffers, right?
And
It's called zero tolerance.
Yes, great.
officers there, being started rental properties and according to their own commercial. So he is aware of that distinction and therefore we enforce in the residentially. So. Okay, moving into expenses for general department administration. We have, the first half is associated with salaries and wages. This is in line with the activity that was done last year. Moving into the second half, this is very consistent. I mean, we have our biggest expense, our DGIS system. And this is housed under the planning department, but it is something that's used at the live department and it's a critical tool. We had an additional expense this year for a new computer for myself. My last one was coming up on about 5.5, close to 6 years old by the end of this budget cycle and it's starting to show its age.
We'll replace 2 computers a year.
That's just how it is, so that we cycle, they're all switched out in about 5 to 6 years. Except the cash here at the front is hand me down, it's always been, because nobody works at the front cash. All we needed for is to connect to a server. So it's one that is probably reaches 7 or 8 years old by the time it gets a second hand me down, right?
Yeah.
So that is one, it would be similar to this computer, this is the corner we bought a new for the council chambers, but in the future, whatever is getting handed down ends up here, but the ones that are worked on a daily basis, we try to get 5 to 6 years out of them as our replacement plan.
Yeah, the other thing that I would add too is my old computer, while I was starting to struggle a little bit for some of the tasks I need to do today, we are planning on repurposing it if we receive approval for the economic development intern. So it'd be a computer that they would do this, so we don't have to do something specifically for them.
Can you speak to the consulting, just so we can get past that?
The first page at the bottom.
The consulting, $5,000.
Yeah, so the consulting general letters, this one is one that goes up and down, and I initially budgeted a little bit more. And we did spend more in both 2023 or 23 and 2022. But then in 2021, we spent very little. This usually comes down to expenses that we have related to Ontario tribunal hearings. And so in 2023 and 2022, we had considerable expenses in both those years. One was for the project in Osterville for the townhouse development. And in 2022, it was wrapping up expenses that we incurred related to one licensing person project. I don't expect significant expenses this year. There may be some if the only one that I can really see is the trail lane policy, to be honest. If the trail lane policy ends up before the OLT in some way or another, depending on how the appeal goes, we may start to incur some expense related to that in this year. But since those policies aren't going to be coming before council until probably early summer, by the time you work through a public meeting cycle and approval cycle, and if there are appeals, it's not likely that I mean, it's a 0% chance we'll have a hearing this year, but there may be, potential expenses related to it. I hope we don't end up in an appeal, but we may.
Some of that money is spent already as well. We had the two consultants for the Trout Lake study reappear before council. There's a cost to that as well, right? So.
That's true. Okay, so moving on. Training and education, so this one is the CI 2000 for online courses that I have scheduled for this fall. Legal fees, in the official plan, we set at 0. We haven't incurred any legal expenses specifically related to the official plan in the past years, so this year. We do have legal fees built into other sections of the planning department that cover our needs there. Moving into the zoning bylaw, revenues, as with all planning applications, it's very difficult to estimate revenues because we never know what the projects people are working on or what's going to be forward. But I budgeted two zoning bylaw amendments there. We haven't received one yet, but for the next are on at least, so it's probably expenses. Again, we tried to be really lean this year because of how big the budget is on legal consulting fees, and we don't normally incur a lot of those related to the zoning bylaw either. So I left those out, just with the anticipation if we do have any small things come up, that I can float those costs under the legal or consulting fees in a different area. So that is why that is all 0. Application revenues, so severances are usually our biggest application type that we receive, and they have been slowing down a bit. We had a boom in 2021 with the number of applications received, and then it started to drop a little bit. We had pretty steady applications coming in 2022 and 2023. It's just a little bit past that peak demand time we saw where land values were really high, interest rates were still really low, the construction financing wasn't as bad as it is now. So there's just a little bit less pressure on land development than there was a few years ago. So that's why the revenues budgeted are a little bit lower than they have been for past years. Other applications, site plan control agreements, I budgeted 7,000 there, which is up significantly from last year where we budgeted 2,000. The reason that is because last year was when the province made a legislative change to limit the municipality's ability to do site plan control. And that legislative change has since been rolled back by the province, so we have that tool available again. So I think we'll start to see some more of those come in. The other application types just estimated roughly in line with what we've received in past years. As far as applications, so in the expenses section for the consulting and legal fees, this is where I put most of it in, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to manage all of the department legal and consulting fees and these values.
There's also the conservation authority fees in that line for the review of.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah, so the conservation authority, we collect fees on their behalf for applications, and then we submit it to them on a regular basis, and that is built into the consulting hires. So our current fees are $100 per application review, but based on our new conservation authority agreements that we've done over the past few months, they'll be coming out with a new fee schedule. So that may alter that, but you don't have that data yet.
How does it come through?
Park plan dedication comes through on the facilities recreation budget.
Oh, I see.
It's dedicated to that.
Okay.
Yes, we dealt with that one yesterday.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Oh, no, that's good.
Yeah.
That's,
So there's a lot of lines, so don't worry about that.
so that's everything for the planning side. Maybe I'll take questions for planning right now and we'll check that afterwards.
Perfect.
Right. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Kelly. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, just a comment. We see a lot of people, the planning committee's been very busy. Mostly busy season's coming, but we were busy last year. And in my experience, people talk very highly of our senior staff, which is Greg and Carrie both. And the planning committee itself, we have a very welcoming attitude with the general public, while maintaining professional decorum. So I think it's all good because we get very, very seldom we hear complaints. So that's a sure. People aren't going to say you're doing a great job, but if there's no complaints, that means you're doing a good job.
Right.
So just wanted to pass it on.
Councillor Champagne?
And just because of the conservation authority being less for the municipalities as far as planning issues, brings any way or to make us more work for.
It hasn't yet. It's something we've talked about in the past, and last year did a little bit of additional for consulting. The thought was that so say we get a major subdivision application or something, and conservation already has their limited ability to provide comments on certain aspects of that. Then we need to rely on, say, an environmental consultant or something.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, nothing like that has come to pass yet, but it could be an issue.
We feel with this one, we're at a point when there's unknowns. You may see it, we go over budget this year on just say that, and then next year have to adjust the budget to say, okay, we have a little data now that we know where the numbers are gonna go. But what number do you wanna pick right now is kind of where we're at, right?
I guess
It's all new.
Maybe it's for more ammunition before the conference, you start talking to the minister and say, listen, you've taken powers away from the conservation authority. Now so you down to the municipalities, here's what it's costing us for planning reviews or planning applications.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to be pretty lean with it, but an additional buffer could be useful.
That said, I find, coming back to the comment made by Councillor Kelly, it is an incredible department output, and it's true with such a great reputation, but it means that you don't go to conferences, and I'm not suggesting we remove the dollars in there, but I noticed the same thing with Public Works, we put money in for conferences and they should be there for you to use, but because people are so busy, they don't end up going to conferences. That said, it acts as a buffer in the event that we need funds. I mean, I suspect you will probably you may go this year, but if you're like all the years prior to that, if you're too busy, it'll end up being funds that can be used for the same thing with Public Works. I mean, if you look at our director, I mean, they haven't used the funds for training but so I'm just saying it's a good thing to have in there. You know, it's there if you need it.
Yeah, so with regards to the conferences, one of the reasons why I was so low in past years is partially because it was pushed out a little bit, but also partially because there have been a lot of online offerings. It's essentially dependent on growth. And going to conferences is great, and I should make more effort to do an in-person event time to time. But as far as my requirements for event and getting type of training, I've been very example online, so I've been making use of that the past few years, so that's why it makes sense to look.
Yeah, so it serves as a buffer in case we keep it there and.
Correct, because some managers do look at it, they'll come and say, okay, well, I just ran into this issue.
Yeah.
So they'll, like, Antoine's really good at that as well, he'll say, so I just won't spend this.
Yeah.
So they kind of steal from lines to try to stay within their total budget.
Yes.
That's okay,
Yeah.
right? Because like you said, it's a budget.
Mhm.
Some things are gonna be up and some things are gonna be down and some will be identical, right? On the training side for planning as well, though, Greg had reduced his cost under planning because he was taking on more training on the ECDEV side and there was money being spent there. So he was trying to, I don't want to maybe not be greedy or say, okay, instead of doubling up, I will just reduce my planning, training and put it to ECDEV.
Yeah.
Just on the CGIS, do we need a license for this one? Here last time you wanted to run it here.
we're okay.
We're okay now. Okay.
Yeah. So CGIS as well has a lot built into it. It's all our mapping, all the imagery.
Mhm.
So every few years, I believe 5 years, M&R flies over and then we get a percentage of that bill invoiced to us.
Right.
We're talking under $500 and then we get all new imagery, which
Okay.
is great because you can actually see what's, so if you're having a dispute about a property and when someone built something, well, all that imagery from the past is still there. You just have to do a check mark. So you can say, okay, this is what the property looked like in 2015. This is what it looks like in 2024. We know there's been something changed, right? It's also on the building side, they've got all their permits attached in there as well.
Mhm.
So it's like it holds data, right? I would say half the municipal office logs into there in the morning and has it open for some function, right?
Just finding it's important we have it here. And there was that time we couldn't, I
Yeah,
don't know if you used it for the planning department, the projection opportunity for.
We're probably using it more or more because it's now we're getting into sequences where we have to see the lay of the land.
Yeah.
Excuse me. It was a week or two ago. But people had to go around an outcropping of rock. So, but if you have it up on the screen, then you can see it because it wasn't a small water as well.
yeah. And for council's info, there's an icon on this computer now, so it's ready to go. It's put on. And also don't pay by the user, we pay by the product. That's a
Okay.
little different with this one. There's some products, software you
It's a
pay by the
license. Yeah, I
user.
thought it was a license. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
But we've got an agreement with them. It predates me. It's so old, this one. It's a big cost, but I mean,
It's yeah.
it's very essential for municipality unless we want to do our own mapping. Also, when there's severances and that, Greg feeds them the information. They go and change it so that lot lines get changed in it and like it's a living,
Yeah.
like I don't want to say document, but product, right?
Yeah,
So,
it is. I mean, they update all of the zoning and appreciation, that's all brought up publicly. And we also use some something from our records.
Yeah.
Like is the document that they set up in there, the track by along between the arrangements and any issues on properties. So it tracks a lot of information.
Antoine's got a layer now as well with all our culvert inventory. Remember he mentioned that?
Yes.
So that's just a check mark as well. You see all where the culverts are.
Mhm.
And then as we develop certain things or get studies, we try to get that layer in for CGIS.
That's what we're doing with the signs too, you said.
Correct. So that was another one, Mayor Rochford. The signs are all going to be put in as a layer as well. We're going to know where they are.
Mhm.
And then from there, you can work with CGIS to customize it for how you need it. Because many municipalities have CGIS. It was a partnership from years ago. So we can say, okay, well, we would like this done. And every time we've worked with them, their quotes come back very reasonable and they customize it for what we need. So it's been a good relationship and partnership with them. Economic development.
Sure, okay. So this section, a lot of the budget changes in this section are contingent upon funding. So we did apply through FedNor for an intern for our projects. And most of the significant changes in here are related to that. So with the conditional funding for revenues, we prorated the amount for the amount of time that we would expect to have the intern for. So we assumed somewhere around a July 1st start date, and then we would have about half a year for that person to be successful. The way the internship funding works is they'll fund salary up to 90%, up to $35,000. And they'll also fund 90% up to $5,000 for training and expenses for that intern. And that part's important when we get down to the conference seminar section later.
We're on the hook for the 10% plus all payroll burdens, PPE, IWS, HT, everything. Right.
So that's the additional funding, and we have our application and all supplemental information into that. So we're basically just awaiting a decision from FedNor.
Do you know or maybe you mentioned that, I'm sorry, did you, when we anticipate a decision?
I don't know, but we had to submit a couple additional documents, and that was only done this week. So it will probably be 1 to 3 months, depending on how quickly they.
Do we prorate this on a monthly basis? Then let's say we only get our answer in June, yes,
Yeah.
so this is for the year.
We
Did you
budgeted
say that as well? I'm sorry.
Yes.
July 1.
Okay, all right, sorry. Pardon me. Okay,
Because we knew as of now, like we're end of March, why
Yeah.
budget for it? So, and also, so we've started July 1.
Also, the program, you can go up to 18 months, not just a year.
Yes.
So that's another thing. So we'll have about half the year here, and then maybe next year's budget is a full year to bring us to the 18 months.
So trade show booth registrations and sponsorships, kept these roughly in the ballpark of past years. The registration is open, actually early bird registration for the trade show closes on the 31st of this month. So if you're talking to anyone who was thinking about registering, now would be a good time to get that in. And salaries and wages, so this whole section is attributed to potential intern. You'll see all of the past years are 0, 0, 0, and that's because everything attributed to this section of the department for myself is covered under the planning budget. So all of the salaries, wages, and additional contributions will only be incurred if we are successful funding, otherwise we'll have with that. And that's funded 90%, so we'd be paying 10% of the salary and wages, but we are responsible for the additional contributions. Next one is the conference course of seminars, so that's 5,400, 775 of that is the Northern Ontario Economic Development course that the reactors and I are taking. The additional, I guess it would be just over $4,000 would be expenses related to intern, and that is funded at 90% by FedNor. So we would only pay 10% of that, and that would be for their year one economic development course at Waterloo, and any accommodations expenses related to that. And memberships, so memberships, 1,500 is my membership, and then the additional 500 there is for the intern, which is also 90% funded. So again, I would think that half. The trade show costs. So the trade show costs, I kept it consistent. We may come in under budget in this location, and the reason being is since we went out for RFP, we're spending less on the actual consulting fees and administration of the trade show. I didn't want to reduce the budget significantly though, because our thought process was kind of, we're getting a little more bang for our buck now. We have more money to use for actual event items that will be part of the trade show to make the event bigger and better. So we may come in a little low because our consulting fees are lower, but we also anticipate spending a bit more for more community just kind of elements of the trade show.
So sorry, just before you move on, the cost for the intern to attend, the 10% or 90% revenue that would come from FedNor, is it included in the revenue section?
24,000.
But does that take into account the membership and the conferences? Yeah, that's okay, sorry, so complete. All right, so sorry, yes, thank you.
Other initiatives, we kept this at 50,000. We've spent more than that in past years, and I was trying to be tight with it, but there are most items, and especially if we do hire an intern, there's going to be projects that are working on these expenses that we incur. So I think we need to have something there. The CIP incentives. This is something that we haven't had any disbursements for in the past couple of years because we haven't had any new applications for any projects. It is possible that something will come in. We haven't received anything yet, and I'm not aware of any coming in, and usually those disbursements are paid out upon project completion anyways. So it's not likely that we'll incur anything within this budget year. We should probably have a conversation at some point, a broader conversation about the CIP because uptake is trailed off significantly, and I'm consistently hearing from people that those incentives aren't the make or break for a project. It's saving a couple $1,000s on fees for something is not going to be the thing that is the deciding factor on whether something goes ahead. So maybe we need to at some point have a bit of a discussion about whether that tool is still serving its purpose, and maybe whether we should explore other options for kind of kickstarting development.
Yeah.
But that's a different.
Greg and I had a discussion about maybe towards the end of the year doing like a promotion, not blitz, but get it out there. Hey, did you know we have a community improvement plan? This is what you can apply for. But hoping that the applications came in for next year for like spring project starts. but maybe towards the end of this year, putting it out there and starting to promote it again. And then giving it that year to see, is anybody, uptaking? If not, then maybe it needs a review of the community improvement plan to see if there's changes required, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's.
So that's where we're at.
And then final line item for this one, consolidated general matters, we usually spend some amount of money in this too for different projects that we're working on, so I have 2,000 for that as well.
Both of those, the other item initiative and consulting is that we know once the midterm comes, they're working on the economic development strategy to items done, that strategy, which might mean that, you hold an open house or do something with the public, or you have a mail out, or there's, to be able to achieve those items, there's cost to achieving that, right? Beyond payroll. So that's why they're kind of placeholders for those things.
That is everything, yeah.
Any questions or comments? Okay.
Good job.
Good job.
Okay, thanks a lot.
I don't know if Lauren's got a question, but I don't see it.
Not sure.
I don't think, I asked a moment ago, Deputy Mayor, are you still online?
She just had to go charge her car, so she may be away for a moment.
Okay. Electric car. There she is, okay.
Okay, so we're ahead of schedule because we're supposed to go till noon. So we're gonna jump on, we can do from category 230 to 234. That's policing, ride program, police services board, POA. So that's a small amount. We'll take a peek at.
230 to 234.
It's a single page.
Single page.
Yeah.
Okay, see it.
So not a lot to discuss on this, so we'll get through it fairly quick. So the first section is policing revenues. Ride program at 6,600. Last year, the actuals were 6,500. If you look, they're always around 65, 6,600. And the expenses tend to trend in the same manner. Court security and prisoner transportation is $1,790. That's going to be an actual for this year. They tell us in advance, so I think I got it around February or early this month on what it was going to be. Looking at the expenses, we got the 6,600 for ride program, so it's an in and an out. The annual municipal levy is from the OPP for policing services in East Ferris, $586,166. Now, it's the same budget as last year. I had a bit of a discussion. I'm not sure if it was open at a council meeting or if it was at least with a few council members, but what I wanted to do was keep the same budget as last year. What it should be is a reduction of about $7,500 over last year. So the budget that the OPP gave to us, the thoughts was to keep the money into there, in there. Last year and the year before, we had reduced speed limits on some of the roads. And a lot of the public, we saw on either social media, or I know council members have heard of it as well, saying you can reduce the speeds all you want, there's not enough enforcement. Whether there's enough or not is to be debated, but the thoughts were is if we kept that money there, 7,000, in speaking with OPP detachment, what we can do is then, if we get a bunch of complaints or council hears about like Durland Road, a lot of speeding, we can pay for the additional service to ramp up speed enforcement on that road. Similar to the ride program. You pay for, the ride program, you've got the 2 officers and 2 cruisers, I believe is what it is. You don't need that for speed enforcement. It's 1-on-1. But you would have a little bit of play money there to say, let's enforce speeds, right? So I thought that might be important to leave there. On an annual basis, you don't tend to see the OPP budget go down. So I was trying to take maybe advantage of leaving the budget as is to give us council and us flexibility in terms of enforcing. Now, in saying that, if you look at last year's budget at 586 and it came in at 574, what happens with that as well is every quarter we get credit from the OPP because they haven't dedicated the time to the community they were predicting because they use their time for provincial matters. So looking at last year, there was like $12,000 in a credit. What I'm getting at is if council says shave the 7,700 off, we're still going to get credits this year that we could use for the same purpose, additional speed. What those credits are, they're never known. So my thought was if we leave the 7,000 in there, that's our flexibility. I know this year so far we received about 3,000 credits.
Maybe even add up to almost $30,000 when year in credits come back.
Yeah.
So
We've also heard though that they've hired additional staff for that support.
Yes.
Personally, me, I'm in favor of removing it because we'll need it.
Yeah.
And I think with additional staff, and additional,
Yep. And I was trending the same way, the exact figure for council, so you're aware. It would be $7,664, a reduction in our OPP. So you're looking at about, I guess it would be about $579,000 roughly. Is what the true figure would be. So like some of the information about the new recruit, I guess I would say, or the new staff that was hired was Bill McMullen was here at a previous meeting and said to me, remember our discussion we had? I said, yeah. He says, well, we do have staffing now that can assist on that side as well. So it's your decision whether you want to budget for it or not. But the credits we know come every year anyway. So knowing with that information now, I would reduce it by about the 7,700. So that's that line. 911 call taking levy, it's the same amount every year. I believe we've already received a bill for this year as well and paid for it. Under police services board, last year we budgeted 10,700. We don't quite know where the budget's gonna go this year because as of April 1st, it's the combined board, the new detachment board. So the thoughts were if we're 3 communities in on it now and the budget stays roughly the same, 4,000 might be a good figure, right? We're just not quite sure where that's gonna land. We want to keep something obviously, but I'm not quite sure we're gonna need to put in 11,000 in Chisholm, 11,000 in Bonfield.
no.
So what is the number? Yeah,
Personally, me as well, I think by the time they get organized, get going, there may not be a need for any expenditures this year because
Yeah.
it's an organizational year. And so I wouldn't be against removing it completely because whatever we end up encouraging them to do, they also have to contribute the same amount. And I'm not sure if they will be at that have the capacity to do that. I don't know if we brought it down maybe to 1,000, if that's.
I did. I mean, we had meetings.
Oh,
we
you
talked-
did?
No,
Okay,
but,
yep.
we had talked with Bonfield and they have a police service board, right?
Yes.
So I do know that they've got money sitting there for police service board.
Okay,
Chisholm's different. They don't have one, so they would have to increase their budget this year to cover police service board.
Yeah.
So it may or may not go anywhere. Like you said, this year, Mayor Rochester, there might be no expenses whatsoever.
so could we say 2,000, bring it down?
You can, you're the chair on our end for police service board, so I think you hold more weight than I do when you go to the
But
table.
may I just feel that the way at the speed things are going,
Sure.
that it'll take time before there's discussions and before Chisholm is able to, because I think whatever we end up doing, we want to do it in collaboration.
Yeah.
I would bring it down to 2,000 and with the amount in our savings in our, from our municipal levy, it's almost, we're almost at 10,000 savings that would be contribute to our, do we have a problem with that? I would be in support of that.
Okay. I made note of it, because I've got a couple items to bring up to council later on today about where we can cut a couple things as well. So just so we don't forget, I made a note of that one. Good. The last item, POA, it's supposed to be a revenue and again, it's an expense. So if you look, back in 2021, we had an actual invoice from the city of 5,600 to cover costs of running a POA system, right? And then in 2022, we actually had revenues of 1,900 and then it flipped again. And last year I got a bill for $4,200.
Yeah.
So I'm budgeting a cost of 4,000 this year. Last year we budgeted 7,500 revenue and it came in at a cost of 4,000. Like that's a $12,000
Yes.
difference here, right? To our budget. It's a moving number. So to me, if we were building the pass at 5,600 and again at 4,200, I put 4,000. Whether it should be 4 or 5 or 6. I'm not sure where POA is going this year and there's no real indication. We usually have an annual meeting. We never even had a meeting in 2023 and now we're 2024, still no meeting. Yeah.
Just a number you sort of.
Yeah, to have something, right? I will be communicating with the city though to say, where's our meeting, right? Because it's been a while, it's been since 2022. So that's police, and unless there's any other questions. Let's go to category 280 to 280. That's animal control. It's a quick budget as well. So if everyone's got that one. Dog tag sales is the first line, 2,400 in revenue. We brought in 2,470 last year. Last year it was actually a couple $100 more than the previous year. But if you see 2021, it was 2,400. So we seem to be floating around 2,400 in revenue on dog tag sales.
Shouldn't go up.
bylaw enforcement.
Well, on this end as well, for animal control, it's still the Humane Society, right? So you're gonna see the next lines. We've always had that in the past where anything came in dog related or animal related was put to the Humane Society. We were paying them for it, right? So there was a discussion internally, I'll admit, whether, how much of that service is required. Well, that we have a bylaw enforcement officer. The tough part becomes, we don't have a pound,
No,
so we still need someone for
Yeah.
pound services. So it's not like, hey, there's barking dogs now, Mike can take care of it and we'll reduce 17. It's not that easy, right? But there might be a way to have a meeting with the Humane Society, as I believe our agreement's coming due soon enough as well with them, where there might be a conversation to say, how can we reduce this, or can we take on a little more and that, but
But he can still sell tags, those are barking dog, you have a tag, it's all.
so we sell the tags from our office here. The deal we have with the Humane Society is that if they pick up a dog, like there's a stray dog, they bring it to their shelter, it doesn't have a tag. They get the revenue from that tag and the owner cannot leave with the animal until it's tagged and got a license. In the part of that, it's not big revenue, like it's a $20 tag that the Humane Society needs, but the nice part about it is we now have that information in our system of who owns the dog and they're licensed. And if they're out stray again, then if they have a tag, then, you know.
It's also an incentive, he goes to the property, the barking dog, goes there,
yes.
so there's no barking dog. I'll let you out a warning today, but you gotta buy the tag.
Yes,
Yes.
fine. Yes.
Yeah. As well too, like on a stray dog, and I forget what the hours are, but once it gets to the Humane Society, I believe it might be 72 hours, and if it's not cleaned, it belongs to the Humane Society after that. So a $20 tag sounds pretty cheap to get your animal back. Because at least when they get it, they call us, they say, we got tag 300, whose dog is it? We give them the information, they call them, they connect the animal back to the owner, done. If you found out for some reason your animal's out there, you can't find them, yeah, I would hope that people go to Humane Society, but if they don't, you can end up not having your pet back. Right? So I think $20 for a tag, so,
We,
Well,
yeah.
just a little background, going back about 15, 20 years ago. We got a ton of complaints. We're trying to do it in-house. 2 or 3 different people involved and
Yes.
so forth. We've had no complaints whatsoever. If
That's
it's
right.
not broke,
don't fix it.
Yeah. I could-
that's my attitude. I mean, it's not
Yeah.
it's not an issue at all.
And I can say, Councillor Kelly, when the decision was made back then, it was either 6,000 or 7,000 we were spending on the current practice.
And we had,
And it went up back then to, like, if you look, it's always $500 it's going up. And I know some council might say that's a big hit every year. It's because the discussion back then was it should be 20-some thousand, the service we're providing, but there was that talk of, we don't know how many calls there's gonna be. So the agreement was gradually go up to a level where they're.
this has worked really, really well.
Yeah.
I can't say enough good things about it because half the phone calls you'd get at your house were about animal control and they'd phone
Yeah.
2 or 3 counselors. They involve staff, nothing but time and aggravation.
So, but if you look as well, it doesn't go up the budget very much per year. Once we put a placeholder in for the Humane Society services, the small increase every year is like the entire budget.
So, what,
Yeah,
okay,
anyway,
Okay, so. 290. Which one? No, I'm just gonna see which ones have not been completed. Is, it's done. We're gonna grab the sheets now that say category 90 to 141 on the top.
okay.
This is general government. It's got lots in it and I would say we can get it done before noon, which means it's a big chunk of this afternoon that's been taken care of. So if we start at the top, so the first one is non-taxable general revenue. So these are revenues that don't pertain to any individual department. We go under general government. Land lease, that's the Rogers cell tower that's just off Deerland Road on our property near Callender. So $7,847 is what's budgeted this year. You can see from prior years, the actual in 2023 was 8342. What it is, it's a monthly amount that they invoice us and it's not on a calendar year. So it goes, I believe, from March to the end of February. So that's why you're gonna see that it was $8,342 and versus 78. It's because part of the 8342, they're not too good at matching their monthly payments. Sometimes you get it late and that, so some of the 8342 should have been in 2022 and vice versa.
Right.
So what I've looked at is it's up for renewal with them as well. So I've looked at, I believe it was a 2 or 3% increase to the monthly amount, but we've not negotiated yet. So it's a close enough figure, I guess I would say.
May I just,
Yes.
Could we assume that the residents who are leasing land to Rogers or Bell, they're receiving that could be in a sense the
I
revenue
would
that
say
they're
this is
earning?
a bargain deal. What I've looked online right now, and I've found a few municipalities that have entered into agreements with Rogers.
Right,
One community was $20,000. What it means, I'm not sure if it's apples to apples here. Like it could be a bigger piece of
Bigger
property.
property.
It could be more than one tower. I don't know, right?
right.
But when I look at it and what I've seen so far online, I'm feeling like this is time to
To
negotiate
negotiate, yeah,
a steeper increase.
correct, okay.
But I don't want to count the eggs before they're hatched, so. Yeah. The next section.
We encourage you to go forth and negotiate.
Yes, yeah. The next section is council's budget. So just as a total, we budgeted 144,710 last year for this section. It's at 156. Salaries and wages are in line with what your remuneration bylaw is. There was an increase in this year, and it will continue to increase because these increases are tied to cost of living now, like CPI. For DMPA, if you can see, I've budgeted 10,000 last year, it came in at about 7,500, 77 the year before. And it's a bit of a moving number, and I'll say, we try to assume that all the council members are gonna go to every conference, and we have to budget for that because we don't know. You can have a council member say, I'm going to Good Roads, and then a couple months before, whatever, say, okay, I'm not going to Good Roads now, right? We have to have the money to cover that. Now, if everybody went to everything this year and it happened to go like that, I don't have enough money in this budget to cover that. I'm assuming there's some council members not making it to certain things. Some of them we're aware of, like we know who was going to Good Roads. We know who went to Roma, so those are actuals. We're not quite sure where AMO, we're pretty sure where people are going now. Phenom, I believe Carrie sent out a recent email. So it's a little hard because we're not quite sure what council plans are, right? So I've left the 10 in there. The way that splits is about 2,000 a council member. Whether it's up or down per member.
For instance, for Phenom, part of my travel was covered by Phenom.
Correct. And like for Good Roads, Council Champagne's covered Good Roads for that, right? So, and that's the per diem pay. There's very little per diem pay for anything outside of conferences. Like we don't have any big expenses that the mayor goes to any out of town meetings or anything aside from a conference, right? So we don't have to worry about that. As we make our way down the list, a big expense, marketing, promotion and events. There's quite a bit that falls in that category. Last year we were just under 13,000 and we budgeted 15. I was as well trying to find cuts everywhere I could. For general government. So I've reduced it to last year's actuals on this one. Big costs in there. We do anything in there like volunteer recognition event would fall under there. Our annual Christmas holiday party that we have with our staff and committee members is in there. Any of those kind of one-offs, I would say. Our municipal calendar, no.
Oh, it's not.
That'll fall under our department administration when we get to that, but that's what's in there, like in the Remembrance Day ceremony, any beverages we have in here and invite the public in.
It's not a lot of cost when you go the size of our municipality.
But there's quite a bit of, I would say, like events or activity that falls under this budget line. So when you look at it, you say, oh, 13,000, but go back to 2022, it was 17,000. Sometimes, and I always analyze the year before to say, okay, is that event going to happen this year or not? Because there's been one-offs in the past. We've done things that aren't annuals, but we did something, right?
And if I may, quite frankly, most of it's saying thank you to all our volunteers.
Yeah.
That's where the cost comes in, especially the Christmas party.
You'll see the big item this year, Integrity Commissioner. I put $10,000. If you can recall last year, we always had, well, I don't want to say always, but when we started it, we put $20,000 aside for integrity because of some investigations we had a few years back.
Yeah.
Last year, it was a tough budget year. We're starting at 16%. We shaved 20,000 out of the budget right away for integrity. We were lucky. We had no investigations, but we should have something there for if something was to come up. What is that number? I don't know. So I added half back this year because last year was 20 where we started. Council could roll the dice and say, take the 10 out if something happens. The
Yes.
problem is,
Yeah, exactly. I prefer that.
like,
It's so an unknown and it's a big
Yes.
amount for,
it's a big amount.
yeah.
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 Also, you know, it's unfortunate, but we only ran 2 integrity commissioner investigations brought on by the same individual. And I mean, I'm not saying that's what it's there for if the residents think there's been harm done,
Then we go
right?
into the reserves and we say,
But we kind of put 20,000 in saying, okay, what if this happens again? Well, it hasn't since then.
Mm.
So it's up to council what you want to do with this, but we can't take exactly 10,000 out because we pay a
Yeah.
retainer to our integrity commissioner.
1,000.
And we've also asked them to review our code of conduct and come back with recommendations, and we received a bit of a cost there. So for me, I would say out of there, we can remove 6,500
Okay,
if you wanted to
Yeah.
remove 6,500. Because I believe, Carrie, the cost we received from him for reviewing was about $3,000 and the retainer's about 300. So if we keep 3,500, we should be covered.
Okay.
And the last item is $6,000 for donations. If you look at prior years, in there, one of the bigger ones is fireworks.
okay, yeah.
Okay, and we discussed increasing the amount for firework, and it's pretty much all of fireworks is what's in that line. As the years go on, we tend to spend more on fireworks. I'll give you an example. Will Valdez of Fireworks came to me and said, oh, costs are up 30%. Well, if we keep the same budget, you're gonna have 30% less of a show. So do you want a 10-minute go down to a 7-minute show, go down to a 5 to the point one year where we say, we got to double the budget to get back to where we were. So that's why this year you're seeing a higher amount.
We've already spent this.
Well, because the decision was made to do fireworks at Carnival now and not Canada Day. So the money's pretty much spent, like Mayor Ross for a second. Okay.
Yep.
The next section is council training. Overall, the training budget is 30,800 and you spent about 30,800 last year, but we only budgeted 26,200 last year. So we were over budget, and that's the same discussion I have about the per diems. You can't always go with actuals. Is it best practice to just budget every council member going to every event so that we're covered? But if you look,
On 6,000.
yeah, that was the budget last year. That was.
That's sure.
So I'm budgeting the same.
Okay, all
But
right.
if you look like conferences last year, just the conference cost 25,208, I put 25, so an increase of 3.
Mhm.
And then I kept local meetings at 1,000 I reduced by 200 to match last year's $938. And if you look at prior years, we've never been 1,200, so I shaved 200 there to help out. Mileage, I kind of matched and did a bit of an increase more over last year's. If you see, it went from 28.96 to 45.76. Some of that as well as we're coming out of conferences were canceled or they were put online during pandemic. Now you're starting to see back attendance at events, so you are driving, so there are kilometers to reimburse. So it's kind of bringing back.
Yeah. I mean,
Also, and that's what we pay.
Yeah, so we pay 70 cents.
We pay exactly, council, a few years back decided that we would pay what the CRA allowable amount is. So we're at 70 cents as well.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So do the math now. You go to Toronto back and you're 700 or 725 kilometers at 70 cents. Times 5 people, times how many events? I mean, it ends up adding up, right?
for this.
So, so that's council's budget. Overall, council on their own, I believe it was 0.24%. Yeah, 0.24% tax levy increase. It was just under 16,000.
So with the reduction of the integrity commissioner,
Yeah, we would be then down to, sorry, math on that, so under 10,000 increase, right?
Yeah.
So if we keep on, no questions on that? If we keep moving on, the next section's elections. We didn't budget anything because the elections are coming in 2026. 2025, we will have some costs, though, even though it's not an election year, because we start gearing up and getting ready for the election, and there's some training that comes about for staff to gear up. So this year, there's nothing. Now we're on to, general government or administration department. So first thing to look at is the last line in there, 132,620. That's our 2% out of reserves to help our operating this year, which I had mentioned to council already.
sorry. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Just if you look at the number next to it, 105,000, that's what you budgeted last year to balance the budget to where you wanted it, right? When you take out 132,000, there's an increase in our revenues. So the first line bank account interest, I budgeted 70,000 in interest this year. Last year we budgeted 38 and we came in at 77,000. Really good year because of interest rates. We had a lot of money sitting in the bank. We made more money on our checkings account than a high interest savings account, which is odd. But we basically doubled the money that came in, which was great. So we still had quite a bit at the start of this year in the account, and we will throughout the year, and interest rates are still up there. So I'm hoping we hit at least the 70,000 this year. Investment interest, I budgeted $8,000. Last year we budgeted 8 and came in at 3. The difference being though, if you add 3,113 and the 8,100, we froze a GIC in 2022. Bulk of I have to accrue interest, so a bulk of it was in 2022 and then the rest was 2023. We had made about 11,500 or $12,000 just freezing the GIC for 1 year. So what I'm looking at this year is getting a GIC as well. I need to wait for a budget to be passed and the final tax bills to go out. And then when I know what I'm sitting at there, I can then start playing and saying, okay, I can put and I believe it was $500,000 was the last GIC. So I can put aside again $500,000 or 750, but I gotta figure out cash flows that we've got enough to keep running till the interims go out shit anyway, right? It's a bit of a game, but it's good money on money that's sitting there, right?
Yes.
Tax certificates and tax inquiries, 4,000. We budgeted 38 last year, but we came in a little over 4, but we've always come a little over 4. So we bumped that up. Tax arrears registration, put in 4,000. Last year we budgeted 3. We didn't bring any last year. The reason being, we got more aggressive on tax collection last year and it really, really worked. But what's happening is the fees that we've attached from our fees and charges by law come towards the tail end of the 1 year period when you register a property, which is happening this year. So it was a timing thing, whether we didn't get it in last year, it's coming in this year. For council's information as well, at the end of 2023, let's go back to 2022. We had about $364,000 sitting in outstanding taxes that were not collected. At the end of 2022, we're sitting at about 150,000.
Wow.
We've shaved in more than half off. We've gotten assistance from Real Tax. They're consultants or a company down south.
Yep.
Now what we do is we hand all our files over to them and they enforce tax registration. There's no cost to the town because all the costs are the burden of the taxpayer. It's added to the tax roll. Right? In that though, our fees and charges bylaw says for us assisting in the process of collection, for the first notice, we charge the account $250. The second notice, we charge $300. And if they don't pay up by that and it goes to a public auction, we charge $500 plus costs of the public auction. And also the bylaw says plus the cost of real tax fees. So that's how that works. So this year, I do know we're gonna get money because I've got files that are registered. They've got up to a certain time so there is gonna be revenue there. But admin fees and finance charges, $1,200. It's kind of consistent over the years. A big part of that, anybody who's got an account with us for the landfill, so like I'll name them like, Cano or Miller Waste or any company like that wants to have an account with the town, every invoice we charge $15. It's an administration fee. And if they don't like it, they can pay cash at the gate. But there's time involved from staff to collect and call the companies to say you owe us money, collection charges. So basically we charge $15 an invoice, $1,200 a year to collect on accounts. Beyond that, there's no other big number in there except transfer from reserves. I put the 132 because that's as per what I've proposed to you guys for that. If we move on to the next section, it's overhead, payroll and administration. Our payroll is down this year. Overall, general, like our administration, I should call it, is down about $44,000. What's helped that is an increase in our bank account interest. I understand that. But also our clerk, when our clerk had retired, we shuffled work around and to our deputy clerk and to our clerk and to finance clerk as well. Shuffled some of that work around with the idea that I'd like to have savings to put towards, we knew we were getting a bylaw enforcement / fire prevention officer. I knew there was going to be a big enough cost. It's a brand new position. We don't add them every year. So the thoughts was if I can help in any way another department, that's how that went about, right? So the first section from 496,000 all the way down to the EFAP program, there are reductions. I'll go through some of the bigger items. If we look at, some of the bigger ones for us are the photocopier, lease and maintenance, IT services, computer software. So 9,000, 22,000, 28,000. The biggest increase is on the computer software. We budgeted $9,000 more, but you can see that the true cost last year were 28. Now, in that software, there's our finance software, which is a big cost. Many people use it. It does all of taxation. It does all of our accounting, but also in there is eScribe. eScribe is a software we pay by the license. We've got 5 council members. We've got a couple staff. We added the whole planning department or planning committee on eScribe, which our license is there. All of that, instead of divvying up the bill and putting a little bit of planning, it's all here. So that's why you're seeing the increase, because the increase happened last year where we did the conversion, or at the start of this term, right, Carrie? We did the conversion to planning going to eScribe. So there's a cost for that.
Do the planning department, do they all use the eScribe?
Yes,
We don't have
no paper anymore.
no more paper.
So you kind of argue that you're saving on all that paper, that time, getting it to them, preparing the agendas, just like the decision council made to go electronic, right? So, yeah.
System.
We, for safety reasons, security.
Are we to date?
Yes,
We are.
yeah. Our data is backed up every night in Sudbury. Just to let you know, so there's no concerns there. We don't hold on to confidential information in our softwares in terms of, like, we don't hold credit card information because we don't accept credit cards. Any banking information for our pre-authorized payment plans is not held in spreadsheets or softwares. It's all on RBC's platform. So when someone signs up for pre-authorized payments, they give us a void check that's locked up. It's not entered into any of ours. In the banking system is where it is. So that's covered by RBC's securities system, right?
I was in my meeting, one of the meetings there, auditors, Elfin, and that was one question they asked. How was your security through your health unit? You have to ask the question. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
But that's one of the questions they're asking as far as insurance and.
Everything is getting more. The feeling everywhere now is we're gonna cover our butt. We're gonna over ask, and we're right. Nobody wants to be on the hook when something happens, right?
It's funny, it's the bookkeepers are asking that question as part of the audit.
Yeah.
So if we were to receive a ransom, one of these attacks, which we have before, we had
Yeah.
one at the,
Yeah, we for us, like, everything is backed up
so it's not,
every night. in
we'd be able
Sudbury.
to find an
Yeah.
alternate way to work, although it would be a great inconvenience, okay?
Yes, it would be more of a timing thing. We would probably out, like, productivity loss, I guess I would say, for till things are back up and running. But like in Sudbury, what they can do is take the data, put it on a loaner server, which we did before. Then they drive the server from Sudbury and they unconnect one and plug the next and we're working. And then we've got to decide, how to roll it at that point. But I'm not overly concerned about that. Since that last issue we had, that was at the arena, there was no server. Back then it was on individual laptops and it was the one laptop that had got hacked, which then what we've done there is there's now a server. And the server speaks to our server and our server is backed up in Sudbury. I've got the fire department set up the same where they're on a server that now speaks to our server that's backed up in Sudbury.
Everything's covered.
Yeah.
I haven't had things last so while, fully money.
Those,
I just haven't seen them.
oh, yeah, we've got firewalls, like the best firewall you can get on the server and that, and every couple of years they say, oh, Jason, we really should do this. I never skimp out on the software safety and security of that because I don't want to be the one that made that decision. And then we've got an issue, right? So I rely on them to,
In a way, maybe the situation that occurred at the community center served us it's a few years back now, we learned.
Heads up.
And heads up. And so I'm looking into some extent with your foresight. Yeah.
So moving down from there, the next item I want to speak about is telephone and internet. It's 12,000 versus an $8,800 budget last year, but there's a few things in here. When we moved to this building, we went to telephone internet. So there was a cost last year in that. We didn't, what I would say is we didn't
capitalize the equipment purchases because they were minor. So there's costs in there last year, for telephone sets and that. But actually, our telephone bill cost on a monthly basis went down when we went to telephone internet, because we got rid of some Dell accounts. Also in there, though, is we increased our speeds for internet for the municipal office. Had to be done. Our old office was connected directly to the tower by fiber optic. Here was not, so it's speaking to that tower. We were having a bit of issue when we moved in with speeds, so we're paying more per month now. You gotta remember as well, though, when you got a server here that's getting information from an arena server and getting information from a fire department server, and it's our main server and it's speaking, everything's gotta go fast, right? So we've increased our speeds here at the municipal office and working with Net Spectrum. But there is a cost to that every month, right? Also in that, we've got the after hours emergency answering service now through Northern Communication, I believe is the name, Kim. There's a cost to that, and I believe it's a little over $100 a month. So you got about $1,200 rate, or a little more than that, probably $1,400 or $1,500 a year. But what that does is if there is an emergency after hours, there is a number to call. It's answered 24/7 by Northern Communication. And if it's deemed that it's actually, when I say emergency, call 911. It's not a fire or an ambulance or anything like that, but sinkhole in a road, a tree down on a road, those kinds of things that if we get a call, someone calls us at 2:00 in the morning, we don't pick up the phone, we're not aware of it. But now we've got the answering service to do that. So it's an improvement in services for not a really big cost to it, I would say. So that's the spiel on those, if you're wondering why. Municipal calendar is 2,600 versus 4,000 budget last year. Because we only spent 2,200, we brought the calendar design in-house. Kim does our calendar, designed it all. So what you're looking at for $2,200 is basically printing the calendar, where prior years at $6,000 was the design and printing by an external company. So we're looking always for ways that we can bring things in-house without spending, right?
Great job, by the way, because we get nothing but compliments about that calendar. Everyone looks forward to it.
Audit, I've increased it by 3,000 this year. If you look last year, it was 26,500. They're fairly consistent over the years, but we've got a little accounting standards changed, and we've got a project, I guess I would say, this year. Now, we were supposed to go into audit on April 8th, but this came about to me and there's enough work to do, and we've pushed it off till the end of June audit. The new standards are coming out with, we now have to look at our buildings and determine if they have asbestos in it. And if there is, what's that going to cost down the road to remediate? So they've put on a lot of work for small municipalities, because now you need almost an engineer to look at buildings. And so there's a lot of work, and there's gonna be a lot of spreadsheets. And when I talked to the auditor, I said, it doesn't make sense to have our audit April 8th week. And then we're gonna have to do all of this work and not produce statements till later on anyway. So let's not rush this. And I'd rather work on the spreadsheets first, because at the same time, I can have staff and myself doing audit items, so that when we're done at that point, we're done. We're not saying, okay, let's put everything aside, the statements now, because we have to crunch figures. So our auditors are working on those spreadsheets for us, and they're using industry data so that it's not that hard of a job for us. Lucky for us, we have a brand new municipal office, a brand new public works garage. We got a brand new medical center that doesn't have to be worried about. The beast behind us is a worry for me right now. It's 20,000 square feet.
Well, every building prior to 1990.
Correct.
Good.
So when you look at that, we have a nice arena that we know has some stuff because it was renovated back in 2009, and we know there was vermiculite in the bricks. And so I thought to myself, the auditors are going to be doing some work for me. I got to put some money in there, whether it's enough or not, I guess we'll see. But that's audit. Legal, I increased it by $5,000. If you look at prior 2 years, there was higher costs. Now, we don't know where it's going to go this year, because also in 2023, and maybe even as early as 2022, we dealt with the quarry. There were some legal costs there. We got into negotiations with the quarry owner. So you never know what's going to come up. So we have to have some money sitting there. But what I did do is I reduced the budget for HR matters down to 3,500, because I knew that general matters were going up.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
And I also, under the consulting general matters, had 2,500. I reduced it to 0, because I'm trying to cover that extra 5,000 in legal matters, right? Consulting HR matters, I left 1,000 there, and that's because as we get new employees, And we developed job descriptions where we said we would send them to the prior consultant who did our pay equity to ensure that we're doing it properly and that we don't have surprises down the road. So they evaluate, like this year we had a new position. They evaluated it, put a salary to it, so we put a little bit of money there. Consulting financial matters, I've got 10,000 sitting there. We don't use it every year. What that is, and I'll be honest, is we hire an external grant writer to assist us with some of the big applications that we have. Council's made it a priority this year for the former school to help see that developed. So we've got some money sitting there to assist with grant writing. Good. I would say all the money we've spent on grant writing over the years, and we've only started that about 5 years ago, has paid off from dividends. I mean, just one application, we received a $1.5 million for active transportation, has paid for it. Yeah, so,
No,
yeah,
it's like a lottery.
yeah. So it's a small amount. We keep going down the line. Insurance is up to 95,000 versus last year's 90 budget.
It's 5% on insurance on everything.
A little tougher because liability, it depends if it's contents versus liability versus physical equipment. So like I told you, the fire department equipment doubled. The pickup trucks didn't double. So it's kind of like looking at it, when I look at it, our insurance is going up about 15 to 17% a year for the last few years. So if you want to ask what the number is, it's between there. I know.
Let's see, that one's 5%. I looked it back and a lot of them are 5% increase.
Yeah, it depends on where they land, right? What they are, right? Like just the environmental component at the landfill is $5,400. It's, they're big numbers, right?
Yeah.
We're about $400,000 a year in insurance right now, split across all the departments, right? No. Debenture loan interest, you see it as 0, but in prior years was 284. That's because we've not, it's sitting on the capital side of things right now, but once council passes the budget, I put the budgeted figure in there and I split it up from capital to operating. Same capital levy in the operating budget, 1,128,000. That's the number I've produced on the summary for you guys. Last year was 1,028,000. The number in that on the capital budget sheet, I put down that I've increased that figure by 1.5% over prior year. So that's what that difference is there.
The 1.5?
Yeah, so if you go to capital, that's it, put in. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what I did is how that worked was if we want to do all the items that we said that I suggest we pay cash for, pay as you go, we need to up it by 1.5% to cover it. So that's the split between 1,028,000 and 1,128,000 basically. Now, if we flip the page, one is lunch here yet, Carrie? Okay, so let's keep going then. If there's no other questions, the next section is training education. Budgeted 22,000 this year, last year was 19,500. We actually ran 29,000 in expenses last year. Now, we brought a lawyer in to do a session. Remember that? And I invited council to attend it. It was mandatory for all staff. It would all had to do with working in the workplace and that. So there was a cost to that. That's not something we do every year. But the cost of that was, I think, about $6,000. So that's the split there. Now in there, that's not just myself. I mean, I've got Carrie and Kim and Jade and myself and Leah that are all in that area as well. So, yeah. The next one is the town hall building. So last year we budgeted about 74,000. I'm budgeting about 71,000 this year. It did come in at 67,000 last year. I picked apart the accounts basically to see what could happen again and what may not happen. I've reduced the hydro. Well, the tough part with last year's budget was we didn't know what this building was going to cost us. Now we've got a year of data, so it's a little, I can go a little closer on these. If you see even last year's insurance premium, I budgeted 15,000 for insurance on this building, came in at 17,500. So this year I've increased it to it's tough because this one couldn't be compared to the old building. It's not the same size. The old building's old. Air comes through the windows. We know that. So anyway, I'm thinking after a couple of years, we'll know closer what the actual figures are. But I've reduced it to help out with the budget, knowing that we should be okay there. The next section is the former school facility that's behind us. So I budgeted 184,000 in revenue. Last year we had 144 and budget of 170. The moving part for this one is their operating expenses. So if you look, we're always bringing in $79,492 in the base, because that's the base. That's what we get no matter what they do next door is our money. The middle one, operating expenses, they basically pay us an amount, so it's about $50,000 a year. And then whatever they owe us gets reconciled and we get a check in the new year for last year, right? So based on, and we gotta watch because there could be a year where we don't get full 100% coverage on their operating expenses because we have a lease that stipulates we're gonna pay actual. And if not, it can go up by, I think it's 3% CPI or 3%. So it's always the minimum number as well. So it's reconciled once a year. It's audited by our auditors. They pay for their audit, the government. So that's just what it is. So I've looked at what their expenses were last year and tried to predict this year. Their expenses, I've got at about 84,000. We budgeted 85 last year. They came in at 78,000 last year. So really the split on this is about $100,000 profit, I would say, right? If you look at last year, we had 78,000 in costs and we had 144 in profit. The 144 is going to be increased by 24. That's why there's not that much of a difference between 144 and 184, because the reconciliation at the end of the year, they owe us $24,000. So we're just waiting to collect. Taxation is taxation. They pay based on the value. I think it's $862,000 value next door. They pay based on our full commercial rates. So that's the math on the school. Were you gonna say something, Carrie?
Lunches.
Okay, so I think this is actually a good
You
time
want to finish?
to break unless you guys want to finish.
Just one page. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, let's get it.
So the next one is revenues for the St. Teresa environmental cleanup. Obviously, it's zero because we collected on a claim from prior years. You see the 150,000 in 2021. That was the last tail end of the piece we were paid in that year. So on a next year, you won't see that value anymore. We budgeted $105,000 for contamination. Now, I hate the number to start off with, whether it's $1 or 105, but if you can see in prior years, like last year, we budgeted 70. That math is based on what the consultant for the school board told us would cost. So we budgeted 70 last year. The mistake we made, or I made, you can see prior years 140 and 127. In the agreement with the school board, council agreed that the school board wanted nothing to do with the skimmer system. Council agreed we would take on it 100%. What I did do in the budget last year was add the 100%. So we've got still Knight Piesel, a relationship with them that they do work on our behalf. So they take care of all the skimmer and sometimes there's skimmer costs with the belts. That there's also, you gotta get rid of the fuel that comes from the ground, right? But also anything we get from the school board's consultant. And when there's meetings with the Ministry of the Environment, Knight Piesel acts on our behalf. They're the ones that should be doing it. They know what they're talking about. And they, Antoine works with them to basically be our eyes and ears for the project. In saying all of that, this year, what I've done is I put it up to 105 because the cost from Knight Piesel, as that project progresses, we're trying to do less monitoring over there and removing, we're trying to get to the point to get rid of the skimmer, which means the trailer that's black over there gets rid of,
Right.
you know, and then maybe the shed one day and that. We're trying to get away from being watched so much, but what the Ministry of the Environment needs is data. They need to see consistency over a longer term. So based on that, Knight Piesel's quote to us came in and there was some savings. So that's why the 105 versus 139, there was $34,000 less is what we expect to spend.
Okay, that's good.
So my mistake on last year's $70,000 budget only covering that, but I mean, that's left.
Yeah.
Right? So I would wish we'd spend nothing on it, but in all honesty, it's better than.
Oh, my God,
six,
yes.
700,000
From where we've come from.
before.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and just to let council know, I scrutinize the invoices from the school board. I get billed every month or second month. I get all the copies of the XCG bills. I go over them all. That's, you know, but we're paying 20%. To me, if the school board had a problem with their consultant, they're paying 80. They have more reason to scrutinize the bills or reduce those costs than what we do, right? So, yeah. The next section is the medical center. We budgeted 49,000 revenue last year. We came in about 34,000. Reason being, we had a vacant unit at that time, unit number 3. What I had projected was to rent that out at market value. That never happened. So I'm budgeting the same, roughly the same amount of money this year, a little increase because the pharmacy's lease goes up every year, right? In that $34,000, you've got the pharmacy and we've got $12,185 roughly from Boston Family Health Team. That's the money. So that's the revenues that we're projecting for this year. Now, let's talk about the medical center. There's a third doctor coming June 1st. I know most council members are aware of that and kind of discussion. I've met with the 3 doctors now. They understand that very shortly we're getting into leases with them. We're gonna get into leases. I tried to get into a lease, all 3 of them signing. We'd probably still go that route. Tough part is if one doctor leaves, then you've got a lease. Now you have to redo a lease, whoever's left. So it might be easier like Boston does to do individual leases by doctor with the wording to cover what we need, right? My thoughts with that is to them covering the costs. Other municipalities, what they do is they'll charge a doctor $500 a month, just, right? It's a little different scenario for us versus Boston, and I'll tell you why. Boston's got a facility. Their doctors operate over there. They charge them just say $500 a month as rent. But Boston Family Health Team gets funding from the government for HIPAA and for insurance and everything to run a family health team. When we've got our doctors in our building, they don't get that money. They don't get the funding split. It's not like Boston takes the money and says, we have 8 doctors, we're gonna split it 8 ways. Well, no, they still, doesn't matter how many doctors they have in their building, they have
They
heat,
keep it all for
hydro,
them.
insurance, that, right?
Mhm.
So in negotiating with our doctors, and I met all 3 of them, Dr. Cathers is who's coming June 1st. He's in North Bay right now. He's coming, so I've met with them on the understanding that leases are coming as well. But we need to discuss how much they can absorb of the overhead in that because they don't have funding from the province like Wawasan gets. So right now I've budgeted that we're not gonna put money into there this year. There's likely gonna be some. The problem is we don't know what that number is, and I've got to come back to council and say, this is what we negotiate. Are you okay with this, right? So, I mean, the medical center on its own, and they're gonna take over the front unit. So there won't be that market rent piece for the front unit. That's where we're at. If there's a bit of an unknown with this one. I know overall the medical center is a good news story. I mean, we went from 1 doctor to 3 doctors. The pharmacy is very happy. There's a 3rd doctor coming to support their business as well. We've got Life Labs in there. We've got a social worker, nurse practitioner, foot nurse, a diabetic nurse, so on and so forth. So what's gonna happen in that building, as long as council's okay with it, and I see it, the only way to happen is Boston rents 2 rooms in the back of the house. They're gonna get moved to the front unit, vacant number 3, and all of Boston Family Health Team would be in that area with the allied services. Social worker, everybody, Life Labs, and then the new doctor is gonna take over the 2 back rooms as an office and another exam room. So we'll have 3 doctors' offices, 5 exam rooms to share. Boston would move to the front, and then they got the shared waiting room. So if you're there to see a social worker, well, somebody from Boston side will come and bring you into the side, right? So there's been discussion there. We've got a little bit of expenses you're gonna see in the capital budget later on. But a couple things that have to happen there is we thought about putting skins on the windows of the front unit number 3, so people don't think that's an entrance. Everything should be filtered to the main entrance. Also maybe skins in the waiting room so you don't see on the Boston side. A reason being, if you come in and you're there to see just say a social worker and you go in that side and sit there, it's a privacy thing. So we thought of that, because there was a discussion about moving doors there and that. Like we're not spending big money on a building. I'd rather see it play out for a year and see how it operates with Boston being there and the new doctor. And then if there was some changes to be had, maybe we talked about it, but I think that building is doable for what they need and the doctors agreed. So that's where we're at with the medical center right now.
Yeah, my biggest question is, what's it cost us for interest, the 20-year lease on it, mortgage?
The idea with the medical center from the get-go was that council would cover the cost of the building and the day-to-day operations were covered by the doctors and that, right? If they had to pay for all the costs and they can't, then what are we doing, right? I don't think we want to lose doctors or anything like that. So my discussion with them is council went with this building, there's a big cost of taxpayers. So as much as we can get out of them is what we want.
We're trying to want medical central as much as possible.
Right.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah. So
Make sure that taxpayers know that it's our building.
it's been well. I haven't heard complaints. I don't know about you guys. I'm hearing really, really good things about the pharmacy. I saw it online as well. I keep an eye on some of the social media chat. They're all happy there, like when I met the doctors. The only concern we seem to be hearing is parking. As you bring in a third doctor and you bring in Life Labs and there's more people showing up to the building, and there's only 20 some parking spots, what are we gonna do? It's not too safe parking along Ashtonville Road and having seniors walk to the building. So the Life Labs discussion was, at this point, they're keeping it to clients of the medical center, of the three doctors. Although I know residents would like to go and do their blood work there, even though
Absolutely.
the doctor's not there. But how do you deal with that if, like I can tell you, I've done blood work in North Bay. It starts at just say 8 AM. Well, if you go there at 7 AM, you're already in line with everybody else. Well, everybody who's coming to line up there because there's no appointments, all those vehicles in the lot, if you get 10 people, there's half the parking spots just there. Then you got a pharmacy, you got medical center staff and medical center clients. We're not sure what we're gonna do with parking if that becomes.
So they want to go for a couple hours, what?
Correct, but I mean, the pharmacy's open, the doctors are there, right? So right now, it's okay. But if they open it up to just anybody showing up there, yeah, then it can become a problem. My thoughts were if they were gonna open up the entire community, then maybe make it by appointment only. The whole community, but appointment only. But then they said, well, that's a lot of work on the administration staff, because I know in North Bay, you show up, there's nobody there, you just write your name on the list. And they just fall off the list. So in a way, if the staff had to manage appointments and everybody's calling and now you're booking appointments for blood work, there's only,
Well, one thing, is there any room for expansion of the parking area? Not really.
buying property in the area.
Okay, all right. Well, the other thing is, I just wanted to point out how important it is and how successful it has been. There's a doctor retiring right now in the next 2 or 3 months in Deep River. There's no replacement so far. Now, they've got more than one doctor in Deep River, don't get me wrong. But that's how successful that medical building has been. And I've heard not one person say nothing but incredible things about the pharmacy and the doctors that are there.
Yeah.
It's a win-win deal.
Across the road, there's parking probably for 5 vehicles. There's like 5.
Okay, so along the road, and there's a guy relative, there's a rock, there's a spot for a couple spots, and I thought,
You can put our signs up, we own the property.
so this is what I was thinking. There is enough space for cars. When we do one of the road projects, if we're under budget, do we go and pave just those spots, put a medical center, public signage, and get 5 vehicles there? They're at least got space to park and it's safe. It's
Yeah.
closer to the intersection.
Right.
It's at the versus down the road and it gets a little windier than you. I don't. Because if you promote parking down there, something happens or you can hear about it. But if you put it where it's paved and it's got signage.
Yeah.
And we devote it there, my thoughts were is the medical center stop. You're there all day, park there and then let the residents and users of the facility.
Exactly.
Parking lot.
Would be ideal.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Just like right now, we got doctors parking next to the tanks and all that, and they've got lines and that's where they park. They're the only ones that park there.
No.
Just because we don't want anyone in there trying to do 3-point turns and that and hit a propane tank or our generator or anything. And because it was wasted space, we said, okay, the doctors to save 2 spots, right?
Jason, the Boston Area Family Health Team, could they contribute a larger amount to their space that they're taking, like from a revenue perspective?
I'll get into discussion with them about that.
Yeah.
Whenever they first told us what they had was all they had. Now as, and in medical, like you hear a lot of times like, oh, our budget's not going up this year. Well, then they don't have extra. But if the budget that came out from the province seems to be a
Yes,
little bit
exactly.
more heading towards healthcare.
Yes.
So my discussion with them is gonna be, is there anything more we can get on our end?
And because they don't contribute at all, basically we're part of
Yes.
that team, and so we're not really benefiting in any way.
That's right. So now as well, Dr. Blake is a physician that sits on the board.
Okay.
Who's out of our facility, who's having discussions with the board about even splitting the staff from PWAS. So there's been discussions in the past where they say, oh, the staff are too much at the PWAS. It's like, why don't we get a fair share, in East Ferris of this staff. So there's been lots of discussion about that. And that's where Blake, Dr. Blake is on that board to have a voice for our clinic.
Because if we look at the 34,000 that we're asking them to pick up the doctors, I mean, they could seek reimbursement of that from the Powassan Area Family Health Team versus from their own pocket. I mean, that would be then their incentive to negotiate that.
Yes,
Right.
that's correct.
But
Because we're expecting the doctors to come up with funds, but I mean, they've got staff they're paying over there as well. They got their day-to-day supplies, Band-Aids, whatever it be there. Like, I don't know all their expenses, like they get needles picked up as well. Like, there's a lot of costs in a medical center, right? Aside from what we've been covering, right?
Right.
So how much more can they put into it?
yes,
Because even if you look at it, if we were to charge a doctor $500 a month, it's $6,000 a year, it's $18,000 for 3 in a year. There's $20,000 right there. So the expectation is we're at least getting $20,000,
right.
right? But my hopes would be that they cover, then we look at what that gap is, and that's what we're negotiating.
Right.
And it's not that we need to have an arrangement with them that's fair on both sides to maintain that facility because it is a success story, right?
Mhm.
If we get to the point where I don't want to use the word gouge, but we
Yeah.
try to pull a quick one, the doctors can go anywhere they want.
Yes.
Because look what's happening. You're hearing
And
the paper, no doctors in this community, the ER is closed.
Mhm.
This, we've built up to, people are asking like, how'd you get 3 doctors, right?
Mhm. Yes.
So,
No.
and on a 9 point something million budget we have, I think we've got some capacity to say, okay, like, we don't do those projects every year and extend,
Mhm.
taxpayer money, but
my personal attitude is whatever we get is a bonus because the demand is far greater than the supply. when it
Yeah.
comes down.
So my issue is not with the doctors, it's with the Powassan Area Family Health Team that do get government funding from the government and they're not contributing. We provided letters of support. It just, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And so as,
there may be more funding as well, and I'll tell you why. The boards had discussions now about changing the name. They're gonna get rid of Powassan Area Family Health Team. They're looking for a name that's more, because there's so many municipalities that have, like Mayor
Yeah.
Rochford said, provided support letters in the past, but they've also now taken on Bonfield and I believe it's South River in their catchment.
so they need a more
And providing
representative.
services to
Yeah.
those as well. But there was money coming from the government to take that on.
Mhm.
So there might be, now that I believe the board wants to look at that and also a name change. Because a lot of times your Powassan Area Family Health Team, most places, people say Powassan Clinic, it's not representative of what the catchment areas or the clients, right? So there is a discussion at the board about fairness and equity, like being equitable and a name change. So, and when we get into capital, there is some money
Yes.
sitting there that we'd like to spend this year. Powassan helped us as well. They've covered some costs for the new doctor coming to our facility, but they can only go so far and then the difference had to come from us. So they got last minute funding from the government that had to be spent by March 31st. And it was divvied out based on number of doctors. But then Powassan's doctors said, well, we don't really need anything, so more money was shifted to East Ferris. So they have helped beyond what that involved is, so. Yeah. But there was a mention of primary care
Primary. care.
and their
Right.
primary care, right? So
Right.
there might be some movement. Anna, I would say from the Powassan Family Health Team too, is in the know on what's going on. She sits on the finance committee from the Ontario Health Team. So there's a link in there as well. So she's pretty good at when there's something available or a way to work with the ministry. I'd have to give her credit on that. Yeah. The last line of the bottom of the page is $80,775 is to be paid to NHAP. Last year's budget was $78,540. So they've gone up just a little over $2,000. Not much I can do about that. It comes from the Ministry of Finance. And that is it. And overall, like I said, right before we grab a bite and take a break, if you look at just general government on its own, the budget went down about $44,000 to save the taxpayer about 0.66% on the tax levy. And actually, the budget went down 4.5%. That's even like that's the medical center, St. Teresa contamination, our department. So I think we tightened up pretty good this year to help out. So
Yeah.
that's that.
Wait, so we will take a break now for lunch.
Yes.
And then we will resume at 10 to? 10 to 1?
Half an hour, sure.
Quarter to 1? Yeah, quarter to 1. There we.
On.
Yeah, that was pretty fast.
Yeah.
Rochford family.
I don't know how many we got. How many have we got? 50? 25? I remember someone coming in after the fact and said, no,
Somebody asked me, residents asked me, and
someone come here too. And we said, no, we don't.
So we're looking at is 4.8%.
4.84 is what, but today we've cut a couple things. Yeah, like if I look. We cut 16,164, so we're 4.6. I like, I don't know where council wants to be.
Well, if you don't keep around that number, next year you're gonna start at what number?
Yep.
That's what you.
Well, if you use 3% reserves this year, you don't have 3 next year unless you want to use 3 or wean yourself off slowly. I would say we're not gonna be able to wean ourselves off a full 3 in 1 year. mic on.
Okay,
We're good to begin. If you guys are good to begin.
Yes, we are.
are
So
we capital?
we resume our meeting.
Okay.
Monsieur Trottier?
So the only capital item that we've not spoken about yet is all of our ABCs. So on this document, the summary of the operating. Let's go to the last page. And at the top of that page, this one here. The last page. Is at the start is our ABCs.
Right.
Look at the first one, DSAB gone up $64,451 over last year for $1,461,000. Castle Home, a slight increase, $11 million. The health unit up $4,716. The hospital donation have increased by 750 because 28,000 times 3 is what we've got left to pay them when we're done. So 28 this year, 28 next, and 28 the year after.
Okay.
Is 84,000, we're done.
$250,000.
$750,000.
Yep.
Then the library sent it to you on Tuesday, they're up 43,740. And then the Conservation Authority is up $3,280. In that 64,620, there's the ski hill ask of $4,092. So the ABCs are up $118,117. So they're up 5.7% for a tax levy increase of 1.78.
I think we had agreed, would that be a fair statement, council, that we would remove the ski hill contribution?
I believe anybody,
Is that
okay with that, Steve?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Being paid?
Councilor Bang, you had, yeah?
You haven't paid it yet?
No, so what I do every year for the Conservation Authority is when they levy me, I pay the levy minus the ski hill ask. It's 3 separate two invoices. So we get the levy on one and the ask on a second invoice. So right now we've paid our contribution for the levy because we're levy, it's done. The ask we've not paid for.
Especially like this, now the city of North Bay is receiving a contribution from the casino that can be used for recreational purposes. Yes, so that to me, that's an area type of,
I would say to council, if you're gonna remove it this year, that we send a letter to Conservation Authority that on a go forward, we will not pay the ski hill ask. I don't think we should decide on an annual basis because it's the message behind that.
yes, that's a good.
It's not that I guess I'll leave it at that because we did that once before. 1 year we didn't and then we went back. That I would say then that the decision is that, right?
Councilor Taha, what?
So we're just gonna, for the ask for the ski hill, we're just. Is that we're gonna give to the cross country or is there, you know what I mean, what's this?
No, Steve, if I could, I've never had an ask from our ski club.
What Councilor Tran's asking was the talk of diverting money to our cross-country skill if we're not paying this one.
No, so that they've not made a request.
No, and that's why I was wondering like what, in all fairness, maybe we should have a meeting with them and see what's going on with do they need assistance? Do they need 4,500 or is it maybe 2,000 they need? You know what I mean? Like just to kind of see where they're sitting at, you have to be all fair, right? So.
Certainly, I think it's a very valid point you make, and that's the basis for we want to support our community organizations. And so it has been a while since there's been a formal meeting with the Wassy Ski Club, and I think they're electing a new executive. So it could be a group we invite to our council meeting in the future.
Have
for next year.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's what's.
Budget, we're cutting for budgets because we have a ski hill here. So if we're saying no to them, we're not saying yes to them, but the option's there.
In the future, yes. I think
Basically,
that's.
fortunately, we pay it there.
That's
But
right.
if they come and ask for it, then we can look at it. Sellers or.
Yeah, but just sit there and
But I think correct.
see what's.
Agree with you. And may we come back to the library?
Yeah.
I appreciate that, last night sent us the reserve policy for the library. And I recall you has also said there was time for review of what the reserve policy should be, because I think it's set at 3% and 4%. Yeah. So basically, they're beyond their operating policy with what they have in reserves is what we're saying. And so, but at the same time, I think the comment that was made by Councilor Champagne is a very valid one. People give money to the library to be used for the library. But that also means in turn that, I mean, in a way, we've continued to maintain our level of support to the library. Would it be fair to, is there an amount that you feel that would be an okay amount that in keeping all of the comments that we've made? To reduce the library, this year as well, they've gotten a grant. You know, it is that kind of a year. Putting you on the spot?
If I
Said before, and I usually, that what happened in the fire department at one time. They needed new hoses, we should have been paying for them. They put a boot up at the corner store and people were just outraged. We're donating to the fire department to buy hoses. It's not our issue. They're donating money to the library board for library function, not to subsidize the library from the municipality. That's just my feeling.
No,
No, I agree with that comment. I don't disagree.
No, absolutely not.
I just don't feel it's right. Our library's been good for us for a lot of years.
Right.
And it's just started to cost us money in the last few years. And it was been run by volunteers for a lot of years, and look where they brought it to that next level. We don't want to lose that. And people are really engaged in it. I just hate for the public to turn around and say, okay, we're donating to the library to subsidize the rest of the municipality. It's not the right
Message. Okay, all right, we move on. Any further comments on any of these items? The bomb? Okay.
Okay, so that was ABC. So what we're gonna jump to right now, let's finish off capital. So at the bottom page of the capital summary is general government. And then what we're gonna do is actually go right through capital, discuss how it's, like, let's wrap up capital if we can at this point.
Okay.
So the bottom of the first page of the capital one is general government. Now, that's the medical center. There's some costs for the addition of a doctor, like I had mentioned.
So this document here?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, there's about a $12,000 cost we need to add a sink in one of the exam rooms at the medical center to accommodate the medical center because not every exam room had one. We need to purchase a desk for the doctor. And then I had put a small amount in for window skins and adding lettering and that for the building. Now, there is much more cost to this. So I would say like, there's 2 iMac computers to be purchased, $3,900, Wasn't paying. They've covered that. There was a list of equipment that they wanted to purchase because of the additional doctor, so they needed more, a blood pressure system that moves. It's on the wheels there. Powassan's covering it. So it was a list of medical stuff that Powassan came to bat and said, we have the money for, and they were gonna pay. These were kind of the things they said, we don't have the money, but we need a desk for the doctor. And they even paid, for an exam bed. An exam bed's a lot of money. I believe it was about $5,000 or $6,000 being covered for an exam bed, paid by Powassan. I have a list and I should have brought it, but it's in my office. But in the end, that's the cost. It's $7,800 to add a sink to connect to existing plumbing at the medical center. So of that amount, there's a big chunk just to do a sink. Yeah, and the desk is about 2,100. And then there was, the remaining was the rest. So yeah. The sink would be added to one of the rooms in the vacant unit at the front of the building to accommodate the nurse for the Powassan side of things. Because one of the rooms in the back of the house has a sink and the other one doesn't. Because a social worker's room and that doesn't need a sink, right? So that's how it comes up on this one. We flip the page. So the total capital budget of all items is $4,273,021. Now, if we flip the page, $2,669,000 or 70,000 comes from funding from external sources. So how this works is if council approves every item in the budget, okay, we've got that $2.6 million external fund. So the first line, we would use $163,000 of the gas tax for Grew Road. We would use $100,000 from the OCIF program for Grew Road. And we would use $256,816 from the Nords Fund for Grew Road. 256 is 2 years worth of Nords. We blew 1 year of Nords already when we did Quakeway Road. That was that one. And then the second year we said, we're not going to spend the money, but we put the business case in for Grew Road and it was accepted. And we told them we would spend the rest of the Nords money 4 years worth on Grew. So 2 years in this year, 2 years in next year. You're allowed to pre-spend the Nords money, but they don't give it to you in advance.
Okay, that's good.
So we can throw it all into this year, 4 years worth. but we're waiting till the fourth year to collect. They're only giving us 128 a
Yeah.
year.
Okay,
But we knew if we did Brewer Road in two halves,
Okay.
that's where we're sitting. So this year we were actually in year 3 and onwards, using years 2 and 3. Next year we're 3 used to fit the last year. That's how Nords works. The next one is 79,000 from Trillium Foundation. That's already approved. That's for the library program or the library space improvement, sorry. The next one's 276,000 in funding for from the charge on program and the pollution program for the EV stations. $75,000 is for the new volleyball courts and spectator seating at the Corbeil Recreation Hub from OTF. That's not been approved yet, but that project doesn't go forward unless we get the funding. It's 100% funding is what we've asked for. The next one is a combination of NOHFC, Trillium Foundation, the Federal Active Transportation Fund, $1.5 million for the active transportation trail. And then the next one is ICIP or ISIP, 185,000. That's basically 73% of the total ISIP project that's in the budget this year. The next is capital levy in the operating budget. So if you look at what we have available to pay cash for capital is $408,627. And if you look at the next bolded number below, it's $407,945. So we're almost blowing all of that. To be able to do those items listed under pay as you go, we need to increase our pay as you go component by the 1.5% that I've got in red. So that $1,128,000 is, I've increased it by 1.5% tax levy increase to be able to do those items cash. The items I'm suggesting we do cash is what's found under pay as you go used. So Public Works, we would have 120,000 for the active transportation trail. And then we'd have 125,000 for the culvert replacement program, 12,000 for the medical center, $67,475 for the playground structure and the washroom skate room. That's 27% of ISIP. And then underneath fire, we've got pursuits, the dry hydrants, the paging system, the renovations to the Astral Fire Hall. And that's everything that, like, what I'm suggesting is those items should be paid with cash and not borrowed on. The next section is capital reserves. So what I said is, to be able to do this, we should take 29,000 from the fire marquee cost recovery reserve to put towards fire department related items. 75,000 from our sustainable capital stabilization fund. That basically there is to cover road improvements, because we've budgeted that item in previous years and not spent the money, which means it's ended up in reserves at the end of the year. So that's why I'm suggesting pulling it from there. 10,000 from the parkland dedication, that's to cover 10,000 for the South Shore boat launch. And then 50,000 from the active transportation reserve fund for the Centennial Trail. 50 plus the 120 gives us our 170, which is 10% contribution. So 164,000 from capital reserves. And then the bottom, we don't have enough cash or I'm not suggesting using reserves or external funding to cover those items. So we've got the culvert liner on Lake Osmond, 115,000. I would borrow for the culvert. 66,320 for the pickup truck and 850,000 for the pumper truck, which means we'd have to borrow $1,030,000. Now, what I'm suggesting, and neither of that one's mentioned to us, that the most important culvert is the culvert liner. So I would flip out the culvert liner with the actual culvert program for pay as you go and pay the culvert liner cash. And I'm sorry, but I don't think we can go ahead with the culvert replacement program, which is 5 culverts, unless council wants to take more from reserves, or you want to increase our tax levy.
But isn't that one year that we're looking at?
So underneath that program, we spoke about having 125 this year for culverts, next year it's gravel, then next year it's culvert. It's those, but in that 125, there's 5. In the culvert liner, it's 1 for 115, which is like Noswinton Road.
The big one.
Yeah, so from Antoine's presentation on the culvert programs. Yep. He lists, just gonna go back to it. Yeah, he may have not put it on this page, but I know it was indicated that it was 5 culverts. It's what
5 total, yeah, but some of them aren't as bad as what they are. They could last a couple of years. The only ones you've got to look at are the ones that could collapse. If they do collapse, then it's gonna cost us whatever the cost of the culvert is, could be 5 times as much.
Yeah.
Like the culvert may not be 125, it may be the one who wants to change next year, it might be only 40,000.
Yeah.
15,000, you don't know.
So Councillor Champagne, there's 13 remaining critical ones for 275. We understood we couldn't do 275, so we said, let's take 125,000, that's what the gravel program usually is.
Yeah.
And if we keep it consistent with that, it's either gravel or culverts. So we're really not gonna cover half of 13. But I think it was the more severe one of 13, which was 5 at 125.
May I say something?
But you know, if we didn't do
Yeah.
the culvert study, nobody would know anything was critical, let's be honest. Not that I'm saying we shouldn't address it, but I'm not sure we have, you know, $300,000 from culverts this year.
Here's the problem I see happening, and the same thing we did to Calendar. We told them the road was in bad shape at the far end. If you don't do something about it, an accident happens, where? We've done a culvert study and we know they're bad. So if something happens, a road collapse, something happens, we knew about it.
Yep.
So that's the part we have to.
Well, that's why the Lake Noswansing Road culvert liner, which we had mentioned to borrow, I only put it there as a placeholder because I'm saying if you want to do everything, this is how it's funded, right?
So if we move
Yeah.
Lake Noswansing up, it's 115. Well, what we had in there was 125. So already we have 10,000 that we could contribute towards an additional culvert to the one on Lake. So we,
I don't know what the cost, I don't know which ones you have to ask on.
In all honesty, I'd reduce the whole entire budget by 10,000.
yes, to make it 20,000.
Because you're not gonna do a culvert
No.
for 10,000.
But this year, when we go to MTO, this has to be our ask. And in the provincial budget, there is money
Yes.
for issues related to water. And so they put additional money substantial. So it is our opportunity this year
Yeah.
to make, and we have the study, we have quantified what is urgent.
Yes.
And so that is definitely a big ask for us to make.
When I saw the provincial budget, I thought, it's
Yeah.
weird how things work out because normally we've not done a culvert study. We get the culvert study done and then they've, in the budget, have alluded to that kind of work.
Right.
I'm thinking we've got a really nice study to back up an application
Mhm.
for culverts.
So I was talking, who's gonna be sitting at the meeting with us.
Yeah,
He's the one that actually put the culvert in the first place.
Okay.
But because of the water study, it was never done back then, it was never asked. Now,
Yeah.
we're asked to put these culverts in, that's what's happening, so. it's
So-
already,
So Councilor Champagne, on this note, we would potentially be doing 2 culverts this year. The major one,
we wouldn't have enough money, Mayor Rochford, with 10,000 to do another culvert. I would say we get rid of the culvert program if that's the case. And we would just shave 10,000 off the budget.
okay, well, that's another option. Then we do the big one on Lake Noswansing Road, which
The
is a major
liner.
one, which is a major one.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, and then we go for fun. We really make a business case,
Yep.
This year with Antoine being the president of the UGRA, it's our opportunity as well to advocate for these issues.
Yeah. Another thing is as we go through capital, because I think this is the time where we start with the first project and it's yay, nay, yay, yay, yay. There may be something else that gets canceled where we say, okay, well, we got 10 there plus a little bit here and maybe it does another culvert. I don't
Yeah,
know.
exact amount.
But I think there's equally important things there.
Yeah.
Aside from the culverts that have to be done as well. So, but that's the entire, the way it goes is when we started this, we'd be at 4.84%. We could do all of the capital except we'd have to borrow $1,031,000.
No, we
I have a
can't
very hard time
borrow.
borrowing anything.
We can't borrow.
So. Yeah. So that's the full capital program. How does council want to proceed now on capital? Just go down the list and have discussion or?
I think we should, yes, yeah,
Capital, yeah.
yeah.
I think
Rick, yeah, you're, I think, I like do the one on Sherrill Road.
Uplands Road?
Sorry, yes. And then cut back, but the only thing is, and you nailed it there, is we gotta have a little bit of contingency plan, just in case if something does when one other culvert falters.
Well, that comes out of it, come out of reserves.
Yeah.
Something that's that bad is critical. Then
And that's what I was gonna say, like, if we do that, we know where that money's gonna come from, right? So
Maybe we don't shave the budget by 10,000. We keep it 10,000 for,
I'm okay with taking the 10 out.
okay?
Like,
As long as we know that we would go into it if need be. Okay.
if for, just so we'd have that contingency of some.
But like you said, we go and meet the next. Get enough to do them all.
Exactly.
You just don't know that.
Yeah.
Back to that.
Also, I believe we can do a culvert under the gas tax. And we're not using all the gas tax this year. So if that's the case, we've got money sitting there over $200,000. I'm not saying take 200,000 to do culverts because you're just
No.
robbing from
I'm
road.
just saying, like, if something happens,
We have a fallback.
That money's there.
Yeah.
It's a book work for me. It's just taking money out of deferred revenue and bringing it into revenue as a paper item and going ahead with the project as long as I get it approved at the gas, from the gas tax level. But they've opened up the gas tax, now you can do facilities, fire halls, everything. So I don't know how you can't do a culvert when it's gas tax.
It's road repair,
So
let's face it.
if we had an
Let's have
emergency, I would go right away on the gas tax, pull from there, and there's money.
So out of that scenario, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Right.
Even better.
And I think we also all support the notion that if we've done a study, we've identified, we need to set a plan annually, then be willing to do a couple of culverts or to move towards the objectives that have been set. So this year, that's a big one.
And the other we're looking at is culvert or pickup truck for the water truck. So we need that this year. They're saying there'd be some stuff repaired on, that's fine. Again, it's one of those item systems. That's coming out of reserve. I mean, something out of the truck. Blows apart well.
Yeah.
Well, even the pickup truck, you can say, okay, instead of going to IO for the pickup truck, you go directly to the financing company where you buy the truck. And then you're actually billing it right in, like it's a monthly cost at that point. We're almost, I don't want to say it's halfway through a year, we're getting pretty close. If something was to happen, you only got half your year of cost if you do finance it that way.
The first month.
Yeah, so. You know, I know on the flip side, I'm gonna hear from Public Works that, okay, but now we gotta spend money on tie rods and this and that, and you're spending X amount. Well, I mean, that's.
Oh, you spent $2,000, and we're saving 66,000.
Yeah,
Right, well said.
now by taking out that 66,000, we don't save on the tax levy because it was gonna be borrowed, so just as an FYI. So take that out. We're gonna do one culvert.
Right, we agree with you. Well said.
Like it.
What other items do you wanna, like right now with saving 10,000 because that was a pay-as-you-go item, we're at 4.38%.
Would be nice to get to 3.9, just to say that we're below,
Anything,
Yeah, well, don't forget. We're last.
I asked Jason, I phoned Jason in the afternoon. And at 4.84, it's basically $19 per 100,000 assessment.
Yeah.
So, and most of our houses would fall somewhere between $300,000 and $400,000. Which means their taxes are gonna go between $60 and $80 for the year. 60 and 80.
Yeah, $19.03 per 100,000 assessment, Council Champagne, per 100,000.
So the bottom line is.
$19.03.
For dollars, there's no impact, and we're keeping up.
yeah.
We start saving too much, now we're gonna be playing catch up, which once again we're doing. But I think this is doable, even at 4.84, we're trying to get it down below 4.5, that's a bonus. And there again, that's a problem with percentages, because in East Terrace, we're not talking a lot of money when you look at 1 or 2%.
I wasn't aware of it, speaking of Mayor Rushville's projection for the 3.9, so the numbers, and it ends up being $10 per 100,000 assessment, so it's a $9, about half, right?
Our residents can afford between $60 and $80 extra for 1 year. That's just my opinion. That's $7. $7 a month, actually.
So what is it per 100,000 then?
$19 extra,
100,000.
100.
Per 100,000.
$1,000 of assessment.
No, but how much is it? The assessment, what's our mill rate? $1,100 per 100,000.
So what it would be for this year, what it would go to is $1,135.
Okay.
Okay, last year was $1,115.
So there you go, so it's $20.
Bucks.
Yeah.
$20.
And it's actually 1134 versus 1115.
And we're still the second lowest around, except for Nipissing, I believe.
Yeah, and there's nobody there.
We're not getting $1,200 to 100,000 yet, right?
No.
So
And it's not, it's the assessment.
that's correct, that's correct. Yeah,
Makes a difference.
the typical single family home value in East Ferris, because assessments haven't moved,
Yep.
$247,000 is the typical.
Yes.
And even when you get to a one on water was not that much different, right?
But $20 increase compared to a 5.7% increase in the ADCs alone.
Yeah, like our department budgets were 2.55 and ABCs were 1.8. I mean, it was not that, yeah.
And if we look at budget, like this year, what you had was 169,000 budget increase.
So
Just for residents put in or?
From our perspective here in terms of
Like our.
comparing our budget from last year.
Yeah.
Wait, oh, what's not, okay, sorry, I'm gone. Yeah,
Of the tax levy.
yeah,
Our budget figures are different, like our total budget goes from 8.9 million to 9.4. The levy itself goes up 321,000. That's our 4.84. With a 4.38, because that's where we're sitting at. We've actually shaved off about 0.5 right now,
4.38 now?
4.38.
That's very good.
That also changes that rate. That $19 now goes probably closer to $16, $15.
And you know, and that's how we explain it, rather than, we already know about percentage, but I know Storm Bay this year, put in the paper, it's only $127 a minute. That was in the paper.
Yeah, they're at North Bay.
They're really catching on. Don't put the percentages on, because then we go, oh my God, 5%. No. This is basically $16 a month.
I can tell you the exact,
Per year, per 100,000.
I'll give you the exact figure. Sorry.
Is,
Hey, Mayor Warren, are you there? No?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I am. Yep, I'm listening. Thank you.
Okay, you've been breaking up a little bit, but you can hear us okay?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll give you the math.
So Warren, we're back to down to 4.38% as an increase. Which is basically $16 per $100,000 of assessment per year. So the average house is going to be about $45, $50.
Yeah, yeah.
even on $1 million house, $160.
Exactly. No,
Is that how much your place going on?
Whatever your assessments are. Yes.
No.
that's excellent. And what we've got there are necessity. There's not much,
it's a good,
there's no fat there.
yeah, there's no, it's good budget.
Yeah, so I don't know what, if you're okay with where we're at.
4.38?
Okay,
And what is that, if you don't mind me asking?
I'd have to run the figures again,
Oh,
somewhere in those numbers.
I do agree with the comment that was made by Councillor Kelly that when we report on our budget, it's good to put it on a per household basis rather than a percentage, because it doesn't necessarily mean.
What are?
Yeah, and would that be all right? Would you have a problem reporting it that way?
Well, what I do is usually at the next budget, when we pass, or the next meeting, when we pass our budget, I have a presentation. And I bring up the stats on that and how much per household and that, so
Okay,
we'll have the analytics part of it at the next meeting. So.
Okay.
okay. Or we settled at 4.38. Okay.
Are we passing that today?
Yeah, okay. Except the bylaw with the rates comes at the next meeting, which would be April 9th.
I won't be here.
Okay. How about we take a 5-minute break? Is that
Okay.
get the figures?
2 minutes. Oh,
Sorry.
Lauren, we were just asking where, I know this is a public. Yeah, we're in a public session, sorry.
Hello.
Yes, correct. So it's all good.
It's okay.
It's good.
Okay.
So the resolutions are ready, and just to let council know, the difference from, and I just want to make sure I've got the correct figure, everybody. 734 last year. Okay. So the difference on 100,000 of assessment is $15.
$15.
So $15 for every 100,000 of assessment is what taxes are going up,
So every house,
0.38%.
4.38%.
Sarah's got the resolutions.
So the average increase will be less than $50 per house for the year. Can't do any better than that, maintain the services we're offering. Providing, sorry, not offering. Okay, that's great.
You're good. Carrie's got the resolutions for capital and operating.
Perfect, we'll do capital first. Can I have a mover and a? Payne and Councilor Kelly. Council for the municipality of East Terrace approve the 2024 capital budget in the amount of $3,251,701.
On favor? Yvonne? Wait, okay, perfect.
And operating, mover and a seconder, please. Councilor Pan. Mayor Rikers. Council for the municipality of East Ferris adopts the 2024 operating budget as presented in the amount of $9,411,504, representing a tax levy increase of $290,733 or 4.38%.
On favor? Yvonne carried. Thank you so much. That concludes our budget deliberation, and we will see council in next week.
We have to
We have to adjourn. I'll wait again.
Mover, adjourn. Payne, that we can go adjourn this meeting at 1:32 p.m.
All in favor? Yvonne.
Well done.
Bye, Lauren.
Bye, Lauren.
Bye, Warren. Enjoy the holiday.